I am sure I am always provided for.
Trying to make sure it's showing
I am
up.
always taken care of. Seeing somehow always works out for me. Everything is okay. Everything is fine. Everything is happening right on time. I believe I am provided. I believe everything works out for my good. I believe everything works out for me. I trust in source.
Sure, it's showing
I
up or not.
everything is
I can't tell if it's showing up in the chat or
I
not.
being led to prosperity and abundance. I trust the process and everything is happening exactly how it should. Things have a way of just working out for me. I trust.
If anyone is tuned in, down a little bit. If anybody's tuned in, pop in the chat and let me know if you're able to hear me okay. Because I want to make for sure I am testing and comparing multi-stream apps while also doing these mantras. So yeah, bear with me. I'm multitasking, but taking care of stuff on my laptop while trying to do this. I'm testing if the Prism app is a better multi-stream app than Rumble or if Rumble's better. So I usually don't go live from the actual app on Rumble. So I want to kind of see how this sounds when I go to listen to the playback. Honey really is a good natural remedy for like scratchy throat and sinus and allergies. Like I said, I'm on a different type of Rumble app, and I'm trying to see, can I see the actual chat on here? Okay, you said the audio's breaking up. That's what and thank you, Chelsea, for tuning in. Um, I've noticed that on the Rumble app when I've gone to listen to the replay. I'm gonna turn the background music down a little bit. I've noticed that the audio breaks up, so that's why I'm, excuse me, comparing multi-streaming from the Rumble app compared to using the Prism app. Because the Prism app is nice because I can use the avatars, but it doesn't have it doesn't link well to the RTMP for Rumble and for Instagram. So it'll show me on the app that it's streaming to Rumble and Instagram, but then when I go and look at Instagram and Rumble, the videos aren't there. So I'm trying to make for sure if I decide to use the Rumble app, will the live actually pick up on every multi-stream platform? So thank you for the feedback. Chelsea, let me know if the audio is still breaking up. Thank you everybody that's tuning in. Because on the app it's not showing me you guys' pictures, so I'm not sure who SY Roya is, but thank you for tuning in. Purple Flower, thank you for tuning in. Everybody remember to hit the like button coming in. So I want to know, did you guys get the notification to YouTube when I did that live a few minutes ago? Can you guys put a yes or a no in the chat? Because that's something else I'm testing. Because it seems like on Rumble, people are getting a notification. I don't think anybody received the notification on YouTube when I was just multi-streaming from Prism. So, okay, so it said no, you didn't get the notification. Okay, so then I think for Prism, when it comes to the avatars, I'll probably use that to do pre-recorded videos. And because it looks like you guys are getting notified here on Rumble. So yeah, I'll probably use Rumble for actual lives. For the rest of you guys listening, is the audio breaking up for any of you guys? Because like when I was listening to Russell Brand on here, the audio was breaking up on his live too. So it might be um, like a developer issue within that Rumble software. Chelsea said you didn't get the notification either. Okay, so then yeah, the Prism app, I'm probably not going to use that as much then for the lives because I've noticed that like there will be times that people will be in there, then there's other times that it'll be like trolls and not the actual subscribers. Sammy Sam, good to see you. Thank you for tuning in. S. Roya said the audio is good. Okay. Purple Flower audio is good. Okay. So it might have been breaking up because I had the background music a little higher because I'm listening to the 432 hertz music and doing my prayer and manifestation. And I decided I wanted to see which app would work the best for the multi stream because this one should be streaming to YouTube, to Instagram, and to Twitch. I tried to include Facebook, and sometimes it works with Facebook, and then sometimes it doesn't. So if it doesn't, I'll probably just like download this live and upload it to Facebook or something. So okay, so glad to hear the audio's good for you guys. And yeah, the app's a little different. Like I have to in order to even look at the chat, it does like a weird overlay where it takes over the whole screen. So um usually when I'm on Rumble, I'm doing it from my laptop. But like I said, I'm testing out the app. That way, when I do start going to events, if I want to jump on live and have it streamed to multiple platforms, I know which one of these apps are going to work the best. So um, it seems like between the two, so far, Rumble is seems like it's more solid for the multi-stream. So okay, Chelsea said the audio's good now. So yeah, it probably was because I had it too loud. Because I've been just calling in everything. And again, thank you, these peeps, for tuning in on Rumble. For those who are watching from other platforms, let me put my Rumble link in the chat. That way, if you are watching from Twitter or Instagram or YouTube, there is the link. Oh, wait, they said only Rumble Studio can see. Oh, that sucks. So, like, multi streamers can't see the chat. They can't. Okay, got it. Well, I kind of don't like that, but it is what it is. Long as they can see the live, that's it's not a big deal, I guess, if the chat's not showing up. Because yet saying only Rumble Studio participants can see this. Um, so apparently only you guys that are actually on Rumble. For those that are tuning in from YouTube, can you guys put a Y in the chat if you can see any of the comments or if you can actually see the chat? Because I need the feedback. Like I said, I want to know which app is going to be the best. 333 on the clock. That's what's up. And that ties in directly with the manifestations. Already. That's what's going to happen to. Oh, man. Okay. I jumped out to document because I told you I got like a little notepad in my phone. I always document every time I see an angel number. It's actually the second time I've seen 333 today. So that's what's up. Um, okay, so Sammy Purple Flower from YouTube said they can see, you guys can see the chat. Can you see the Rumble? Like, can you see the people from Rumble in the chat, or are you only seeing people from YouTube? Because usually I'm either, like I said, on my laptop on StreamYard doing the multi-stream or on Rumble. Okay, and then based off of what I'm seeing, it looks like there's 6 people tuning in from Rumble and 5 from YouTube. So that's good. At least I know it's sending the notification to YouTube when I'm live on Rumble. Okay, Sammy Sam said just here. Okay, okay. The other thing I don't like is that I wish I could incorporate um I really wish that I could incorporate the avatars on here. Okay, I'm gonna test something for the audio. I'm gonna disable noise cancellation, and you guys let me know if the audio improves on your end or if it stays the same. Because sometimes I think that can cause the audio to glitch up a lot. Like I said, when I was watching Russell Brand's live a few days ago, his audio kept dipping in and out throughout the whole live. And shout out to Russell Brand. Like I said, he's been my inspiration for migrating over to Rumble more often. I just really do prefer this platform because for me, there's a lot less drama. Don't have to deal with a whole bunch of trolls or whatever, and it's not censored, so you don't have to worry about them trying to remove your videos for speaking the truth. And I feel like Rumble's going to be the app that's going to take over YouTube. I really do. I don't see YouTube lasting that much longer. Chelsea said, I can't see it on both ends for me. Maybe it's because I'm listening to you on my phone. Okay. Just here. So you're talking about the chat you can't see? Is that what you're saying, Chelsea? That you're not able to see the chat on your end? Purple Flower, Sammy Sam said they can, so you guys can see the YouTube chat, but not the Rumble chat. Is that right? April, good to see you. Good to see you. You said you sent a Cash App. Oh, thank you, love. Did you send it today? I haven't gotten a notification. By the way, thank you for mentioning that. For those that would like to support, let me put that in the chat because yeah, family donation needed today. Like I told you guys, I got the call back for the casting call tomorrow for the video. And shout out to Corey with the keys. Shout out to Little Flip. Shout out to Up Above Entertainment and the whole Up Above Entertainment family. So the event for the video shoot is tomorrow afternoon, and I definitely am in need of assistance with the transportation costs because, like I said, I'm going to have to travel a little over an hour to get there. and it's definitely going to be worth it. And I wanted to kind of share this example of faith with you guys too, even though I know I'm technically testing the app. So where I've been staying at, there's a young lady I've gotten to know, and we've become friends. And I shared with her on last Saturday about going to the casting call, and we talk quite often. And I was telling her today about the event tomorrow, and that I'm looking forward to it, and I'm excited. And I was like, I just need to manifest the resources to go because it's a lot further away. It's literally in a whole different city, and it's super far from where I'm at. And I was like, so I just need to manifest everything I need to go. And right before I could say that I know God's going to make a way, her response was, well, that's messed up. Why would God open the door for you to go and then, make it hard for you to have the transportation? I said, well, this is a faith walk. I said, this is a teachable moment. I said, because it's not about me getting frustrated or, falling into like a victim mentality of woe is me. I said, everything I'm going through this entire year has literally been me walking by faith with everything. And every challenge, like with my health, especially, because like I said, I've been going untreated with this GI condition and these tumors for some years. Like the job I had um, during the pandemic, the job I had gotten in Florida, when I got approved for my apartment and stuff, they let me go because that's when the bleeding spells started. And they started within just a few months after me stopping taking Ambien. And I remember I got a class action email about that where people were suing back then during the pandemic. They were suing Ambien for when stop taking it, the side effects. And it was reported that people were having issues with um, rectal bleeding and tumors and things. And now here I am in real life dealing with that. So I've been dealing with these bleeding spells, quite honestly, for about 4 years. And I know that they've gotten worse because of all the moving around I've been having to do, lifting heavy toes. I'm not supposed to be actually lifting anything physically. So it's like, if I were to look at my journey from a victim mentality, I would be so discouraged and in such a low place. And I really had to thank the Most High that I really truly am growing through what I'm going through, because having Graves' disease, again, which is an autoimmune disease I was born with, same condition Wendy Williams has. Graves' disease causes anxiety, and Graves' disease causes depression because it alters our hormones. Like it makes your hormones constantly fluctuate, and then it causes focus issues, repetitive thoughts. That's why sometimes you guys will hear me repeat myself a lot. And to be dealing with that alone, Graves' disease is a very debilitating condition. And then having the anemia from the blood loss from the tumors, the internal and external hemorrhoids and the tumors and polyps, it's a lot to physically go through. So when I actually have my actual episodes, I'm very weak and I feel like I'm, going to pass out because I have all of that is, you know, I'm dealing with. And it's gotten this bad because I've gone so long untreated. And so I was telling her, I said, I want to teach you something in this moment because that's a normal human reaction to at first get frustrated or to give in to, anxiety, especially me, because again, the condition I have causes so much, just anxiety and nervousness. I said, but one thing I know is that whatever is for me is going to manifest. I said, if the Most High God and my ancestors allowed me to push through the episode I had the morning of the casting call, to go with no sleep, to go walking in level 8 pain. And my very first casting call I ever went to, I actually get a call back. I was like, that was a miracle for me. Soul Sounds, good to see you, my love. I'm just now looking down at the chat. And so I was like, you know, this faith walk, I'm not supposed to be in control. Clearly, I'm not supposed to be in control. And I was telling her that. I said, so it's not about me getting frustrated and trying to control the outcome. It's not about me trying to figure out how these things are going to manifest. It's about me just having faith, sheer faith. That's how I manifested everything in my life, was off of faith and me knowing I deserve it. You know, I deserve a breakthrough. I deserve positive things. I deserve positive new beginnings. And I deserve to be living healthy and living my best life, you know. So I told her, I said, so I want to teach you what I teach on my channel, and I want to teach you what I practice. Because again, I know what it's like to have that nervous initial reaction, you know, where you're panicking about how am I going to do this, and you know, how am I going to do that? Wait, what happened? What did it just? Okay, no, I don't want you. I touched the wrong thing. I was not trying to touch the volume. I hope it didn't just stop the audio. You guys let me know if you can still hear me. Please put a Y in the chat, because I touched the wrong thing in the app and it adjusted the audio. Um, but I was telling her, I said, so when you have that initial negative thought, the woe is me, if I was to look at all the shit that has happened to me this past year and this year, trust me, I would have been gave up. You know, so I told her, I said, so it's not about, well, why God didn't do. I said, it's not about that. It's about how can I align my frequency? What can I do to manage my own frequency? Because I can't control everything. I can't control what happens. My body is the way it is because it's needed medical treatment for damn near 4 years, actually for 4 years. But I was working and, you know, couldn't get the surgery done, and then lost a job and, you know, trying to restabilize my life, rebuilding, starting over. So I was like, the biggest reason I want to go to this is so I can manifest the resources to get my surgery done. Literally. Like that is the motive for me. It's not, oh, I'm, you know, trying to be famous or none of that. Because I'm gonna be honest with y'all, fame don't mean nothing to me. I'm gonna be real honest. I've grown up around celebrities and stuff. So the whole want to be rich and famous, I'm so private and low key, I actually don't want to be famous because I don't want a whole bunch of people in my business. It's enough dealing with trolls on YouTube. But I do want to be blessed to fulfill my dreams. And yeah, when I was younger, I definitely wanted to be in videos and stuff, but I was a church kid. So, you know, we definitely weren't allowed to do that. But I was growing up, I always did modeling and pageants. So when the lady called me, and shout out to her, by the way, shout out to Elva. When she called me a couple nights ago, I was so shocked because I'm like, Kim Trails, good to see you. I was telling them, I said, Purple Flower said, congratulations again. Thank you, my love. Appreciate you. Appreciate you so much. I'm just now seeing y'all's chats. It was good, D. I can see it both. Okay, good. Good, Chelsea. So yeah, I was like, you know what? I've never done a casting call, and the first time I did one, I made it. Like I didn't even stop to acknowledge that they actually did select me, and now I have an opportunity to truly live out a manifestation that when I was younger I never was able to do. So excuse me, y'all. I think because of, I don't know if it's the weather or the environment, it keeps triggering my sinuses. But like I was telling her, I said, what I'm going through is a real life walk by faith experience. because I have never been in this position before. And shout out to my second mom. I was talking with her. She called to check on me a couple hours ago. And I was telling her, about the callback. And she was so excited. And she said, "So, do you have everything ready for tomorrow?" I said, "Well, I have to manifest the money for the transportation. And I'll just be honest, I need to manifest the money to pay for my room too. Like, I need to do some manifestation." So there are a few things, projects I'm working on to see what I can try to manifest, not try. We don't use the word try. I am working on projects to manifest what I need, because try is that's still doubt mixed in with that. And I'm eliminating that. And that's what I was telling the young lady. I said, the challenges I'm being faced with are not punishment or karma. It's a test. Are you going to have faith when you can't see where it's coming from? Are you going to have faith when the opportunity presents itself and you have no idea how you're going to pay for this or that? You know how I'm going to pass the test? By believing that it's going to come to me. Everything I need comes to me with ease. Mantras and affirmations are real. Frequency is real. The only way to manifest is to literally visualize the best possible outcome, not, hope for the best, expect the worst, because that's how I was raised to believe that. I love my mom to life, but because she didn't have the tools that I have. So she was conditioned to lack. Like I said, my grandmother picked cotton for a living. My grandmother lived in the projects. So my mom didn't grow up around wealth. She grew up in poverty. So, and then she's from, a different time. So there was never like an example of empowerment in the hood. When you came from poverty, you just conditioned yourself that that was all you could ever achieve. And so for me, I'm literally breaking that generational curse by learning about frequency and manifestation and how to align your thoughts, you know, how to align your thoughts so that you can manifest what you need. And so I was telling her, I said, so I'm being faced with test. It's not a woe is me. If the Most High God and my ancestors aligned for me to go to that casting call, regardless of how I was feeling, if the Most High God blessed a subscriber who has been looking out for me over and over, and the reason I don't tell certain things is because I'm protecting other people's peace and privacy. But there are people who have just out of nowhere sent a blessing right when I needed it. And that's exactly what happened that morning. So I got myself together. I didn't go to sleep because I was up dealing with my GI condition until like 7:30 that morning. I tried to lay down for like 30 minutes. I got up, and despite the pain, I'm not even trying to be gross. I just had to keep wiping the blood and keep pushing forward and keep getting ready to go. And I apparently nailed it, because they even told me, like, we couldn't tell you didn't feel well. Like, you didn't walk in here with that woe is me energy. You walked in here powerful. You walked in here, presenting your energy, and we could all feel it. And that really meant so much to me, because people don't know how difficult physically it is. And it's very difficult, because going this long not treated is, again, why it's like exacerbating the symptoms, because my body is like, we need these tumors out ASAP. So for me, that is the motivation for everything I do, for all of my content creation, for, my editing, for my channel, for the spirituality. It's to manifest a new life, to manifest everything I need to be 100% healthy, so that now there are no obstacles. Now I can go and do what I've always done, which is go make my mark in the world and be about my business. So I'm grateful that even though the challenges can be frustrating at times, I'm grateful for the growth, and I'm grateful for the healing, and I'm grateful that I was able to give her that example today. I said I have to just be real with you. I can't even receive that, what you just said, because that'll create a blockage. If you start to panic. I said, and this is coming from somebody again who deals with extreme anxiety and nervousness. And on top of that, not getting the best sleep because of what I'm up dealing with. So I said, if God brought me to it, God's going to bring me through it. Something's going to happen because I believe it. Just like with the lady with the issue of blood, she didn't get healed because she touched the hem of Yeshua's garment. She got healed because she had faith she was going to be healed. And that is how you manifest. Faith is not, oh, I can see how this is going to work out. Faith is, I cannot see at all how this is going to work out, but I believe that it's going to. So, I'm grateful. Um, excuse me. I'm grateful that I got a chance. Soul Sounds, thank you. She said that's so awesome, D. Thank you, my love. Kim Trails, that's amazing. Excuse me. Let me do some more, honey. Good Lord. It's because the weather keeps fluctuating out here. It'll be like 99 one day and, then like 70 something the next. Hold on. This bottle is almost done, but I got another bottle in my choke. So it was amazing to be able to be that example to her. And she said to me, she said, thank you for giving me that example. She said, now I know what to do in my own life when I'm faced with challenges, eliminate the negative thinking. I said, it's a practice. It's not something that um, you just know, like it's something you really have to make a conscious decision to practice again, because it's not that I don't have negative thoughts. Of course I do. I'm human. And of course, my first thought when I saw how far it was, I was like, oh man. I was like, bruh, I thought this was going to be a little bit closer. This is further than, where the casting call was. So, of course, your initial thought, because we're conditioned to that. But then as soon as I thought that, I said, you know what? Make a way. If you allow me to go, I believe you're going to allow me to go to this. Because the woman, not only did they select me for the video, there are people she wants to introduce me to. There's people that she already wants to help make even more connections for me with, just off of what I showed them at the casting call, and then my videos and content and all that. So I'm saying all this to say this: just because you can't see the outcome, it wouldn't be faith if you could see the outcome. Now, I am a clairvoyant empath psychic. I can see a lot of things, but certain things, especially about my life, they intentionally withhold because I'm not supposed to know. I'm not supposed to know until it's time for it to manifest. To again be that example of faith. Like, okay, I was going through XYZ, but this is how I got through it. And because I persevered and because I kept the faith, here are the blessings that I was able to manifest. Here is the outcome of me having faith and not allowing myself to plummet into a low vibrational state or that lack mentality. Because again, when you've been raised, like my mom, she was a single mom until she got remarried. All she knew was lack growing up. She didn't have therapists, like, because that generation, especially Black community, they don't believe, like my mom's generation did not believe in therapy or life coaches or any of that. And unfortunately, it's sad because their generation needs that healing the most. So it's like, in my generation, okay, you might not believe in that, but for me, if I know it's a resource that can help me learn how to harness my thoughts and help me learn how to control the way I'm thinking, to pull myself out of a low vibrational mental state, then let me utilize those resources. And then the things that I even teach on my channel, I literally practice. So today was like a real world in person example of, no, man, you got to change the way you think. What we think, we vibrate out to the world. We vibrate out to the universe. So if I'm always thinking I'm not going to have enough. I won't. I will create that reality where I don't have enough for what I need. If I'm thinking, oh, what if I have cancer? Then I may find out I have cancer. If I'm thinking that things aren't going to work out, then they're not going to work out. But if I switch to an empowered thought process, that it is not my job to know the how, that's literally God's job. It is the Most High God and your angelic order, including your ancestors. They figure out how to create the reality you vibrate. Oh, bars. I like that. Your angels, ancestors, spirit guides, Most High God, they are figuring out the how. Your job is to believe it and to know you deserve it. And I know I deserve it because I've persevered through every single obstacle that's been thrown at me, whether online or in real life. So when you know that you are worthy of and that you deserve the manifestations you're calling in, that is what creates a reality for the universe to say, okay, I feel your vibration that you know you're worthy and you're deserving. Now, here, I'm going to give you back exactly what you have told me you deserve and what you want. So that is why the Most High God has not allowed any of the other jobs that I've gone for to manifest. Because I'm telling y'all, when I tell you, I've been doing so many applications and virtual interviews, and I was feeling so discouraged, because like I kept getting turned down emails or no response, or it would turn out to be not a legitimate company or not a legitimate job. It's, a scammer using online services just to steal and do marketing scams and shit. I was like, man, this is frustrating because I've always worked. And when I talked to my second mom, I said, I'm not in that frequency. I'm not in the frustrated frequency. Now I actually have more motivation of hope because of getting the call back from the casting call. And most people don't get selected the first time they go and do a casting call. So she was like, that is amazing. Like they called you back. And the lady said they did try to reach out through email, I guess, a couple nights before. And for whatever reason, I didn't get the email. So the night, I'm telling y'all this for a reason, the night I was feeling discouraged was the night they had tried to reach out to me. And it's like the Most High in my angelic order, they were already working it out in my favor. I just couldn't see it. So again, when I started shifting my frequency and I just said out loud, if it's for me, it's going to come towards me. And then boom, what was it? 2 days later, it did. I got the phone call and she's like, I just want to make sure you got our email and got all the details. Um, and so, I am being made to go on this journey of uncertainty, or I guess you could say like my own wilderness experience, so that God can use me to share with you guys what my journey is and to share with you that it's not always just about struggle. Those challenges are there to create an opportunity for you to shift things. If I was still working from home for Progressive, none of this would be possible because I worked on Saturdays. I would be working. I would be taking phone calls. So, and I would have never had the opportunity to even go to that event because I would have had to work. So it's like, no, I didn't like that I lost my job, but and the only reason I didn't like it is because of the income. But the job itself drained the hell out of me. It lowered my vibration. It made me feel depressed. So now I actually am in a position to where there are real opportunities for me to get paid doing what I actually love to do, as opposed to doing a job I hate just to live paycheck to paycheck. Like most Americans, that's the reality. You work a job and you live paycheck to paycheck. That's still a form of poverty if you really think about it. Wealth is where you have an abundance and you can bless others. And that's been my specific prayer, is to bless me with wealth, not just for myself. I want to be a blessing to others. The young lady that I met, she walks to work all the time in this heat. And I'm just like, if I had wealth, I would buy her a car just because. Ain't no way. As hot as it is in Texas, and we well into summertime, it's damn near 100 degrees every day. So, and that's often why I'm not outdoors at outdoor events, because with Grace's disease and me having a heat intolerance, I could pass out and have a stroke. So it's like I think about that. This young lady who's feeling bad for me about my episodes and what I go through, um, I'm looking at her situation like, damn, you gotta walk in this fucking heat and then work and, be cleaning rooms and shit in the heat. Like, bruh, I physically, literally couldn't do that because of what I go through with my conditions. And so while she's commending me for being strong, I'm commending her for being strong. And I said, you know what? This is why God brought me here, was to meet you, for us to be aligned. And then, come to find out we have the same spiritual gifts, and the things that I teach about on my channel are things that she's like, I've been needing someone like you to help show me like how to get out of that funk. And she confided in me that she has attempted to take her life in the past, and she's battled with depression. And so I've just really been trying to be encouraging to her and be that example of strength and faith. Literally, when the Bible says faith is the substance of things hoped for and the evidence of things not seen, that means you are intentionally not allowed to see how it's going to work out, because God is testing to see, are you still going to believe when there is nothing in front of you showing you how this is going to work out? Are you still going to believe? Or are you going to give in to fear and anxiety and depression and frustration, and then allow your thoughts to align with a low frequency that will block the very manifestations that you're praying for? This is intentional for me to go through this. And it's not a punishment, it's not karma, like low vibrational people say. It's adjustment and it's alignment. Because if I would not have lost my job, I would not have seen people here in town who I've been calling friends, some of them 12, 13, 15, 20 years. I wouldn't have seen them for who they were. Because everyone fucks with you when you are doing for them, when you're cooking for them all the time, when you're making edibles for them, when you're letting them stay with you, when you're helping them out, when they're struggling. Of course, everyone's there because they're there for what they can get. But when you start going through tough times and challenges, that's when you know who really does care about you. And that's why the ones, all of you, all of my D's peeps who have shown me love and consistent support, whether you could donate or not, just y'all sending prayers, y'all posting positive comments, after the lives, you being positive in the chat, all of that is high frequency energy that is appreciated by me. Because again, on a human level, no, it's not easy going through this. It's very hard. But I fully understand now the why. Now I understand, because God is using me to be an example. And it's not ever a thing of woe is me, God's punishing me. No, God is actually realigning my life by eliminating connections that I no longer need, eliminating vibrational attachments. And I shouldn't even say vibrational, because we don't vibrate anymore. God had to eliminate attachments that were toxic. People I was really holding on to just because of how long we've known each other. But the reality is, every time I would be around them or they would come around me, they would drain my energy every time. It was never energy of encouragement or, D, I want to see you win. In fact, I'll be honest, it was only about one person out of that whole circle of friends who actually was like, I want to see you win, up until they could no longer benefit from all the things I was doing for them. And when people show you that that's who they are, believe them and release them. Stop holding on to people just because you've known them for X amount of years. If them people are draining your energy, if them people are not being supportive, and reciprocating back to you the energy you're giving them, if they're just always taking, 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 and they never give, then that's not an equal exchange of energy. And so, and even like my own shadow work I'm doing, my own ways of, okay, I don't realize that I'm being controlling when I'm getting frustrated that things haven't manifested. And it's like when I stopped to pray and meditate, that was the message I got was you're still trying to control the outcome. And that's not your job to do. Let us handle that. Like literally the angels, the ancestors gave me that direct message when I was praying and meditating earlier. It is not for me to control the outcome. It is for me to believe in the very best possible outcome, to align my frequency and my thoughts with a positive mindset so that I can manifest positive results. So they're like presenting me with these different challenging circumstances, and that's all they are circumstances. And now it's for me to just have faith, to let go and flow. That was, and I'm actually writing a song titled that, Let Go and Flow, that I started today after I prayed and meditated, because that was a download I got. Be still and know, let go and flow. And it's gonna end up, it's gonna be a gospel song, like an inspirational song. So even that, the fact that my circumstances and tests and trials are inspiring me to create music. Like I remember a time when going through something like this would have me run to the bottle or go run to someone for temporary sexual gratification and try to get my mind off of stuff. Go make unhealthy decisions and connecting with people you shouldn't be connected with. So now it's about, okay, instead of looking at the challenges, what can I do to manifest what I want to call in? I can align my thoughts and my frequency to the best possible outcome. And then when it starts to manifest, it manifested because that's where I kept my thoughts focused on. Like I always say to you guys, what you focus on, you give your power to. So I'm grateful for that example today with the young lady. Um, and I said to her, I said, what I want you to learn from me for whatever amount of time we are aligned, what I want you to learn from me is that your thoughts create your reality. And the more you keep thinking about how bad your situation is, it's going to remain like that. Be human, allow your feelings, whatever comes up for you, allow it to come up for you. If you're frustrated, if you're feeling discouraged, that's a normal human feeling, but don't stay there. I said, you literally have to start practicing combating the negative thoughts with a positive affirmation. So when she said that, I said, nope, I can't receive that. Everything I need comes to me with ease. I cannot lower my frequency to why it ain't. No, all that's going to do is create a blockage. And like her whole face changed. She was like, whoa. And that's what I mean. Like a lot of us, we just haven't been given the knowledge. So you remain in a state of lack because you just don't have the knowledge of what to say or do to alter your thoughts. So, I'm very grateful for all of this. Um, Definitely grateful. April, thank you. She said I sent. Okay, thank you for sending that donation. I do appreciate it. And like I said, I am expecting the best possible outcome for everything. I am in expectation for my body to cooperate. I'm in expectation for the doors to open, for getting to the event, getting back the room, everything else I need to pay for. I'm in expectation of a miracle because of what's already manifested. And I'm grateful um, for favor with the owner of where I'm staying at, that they're even trying to work with me, as I'm pursuing these new opportunities. But I still have to, of course, pay for my accommodations and, food and stuff like that. But the most important thing is making sure I keep a roof over my head, and then every opportunity I'm presented with, manifesting the resources for transportation. Because one thing about me, I am a go getter. And my second mom, when I was talking with her, I said, "You know me for real. I've never been in this position." She said, "You have always worked ever since I've, like, even before you left home, you guys were working in your mom's business." And the same thing with my cousin. She's like, "So I know how difficult," they both are like, "We know how difficult it is for you to be in this position where you haven't had the guaranteed income yet." And she was like, "So I'm really proud of you for not giving up." And she's like, "I'm proud of you for continuing to push forward." And she was like, "I'm super proud of you that they called you back after the casting call." She was like, "That is so amazing." And, she sent prayers and positive energy. And I'm really grateful for her because even though she's on a fixed income, at times where I really, really needed help, like paying for my room, she would find a way to send a donation to help me, even when she barely had it or didn't have it. And that's why I love her the way that I do. And that's, my soul sister Elissa that passed away. It's her mother, and she's known me since I was 5 years old. So she's literally known me my whole life, and I'm just extremely grateful to have the love and support of those who do want to see me succeed, that do want to see me win, that know me in real life and have watched me go through so many different challenges. Like I said, I'm a two-time thyroid cancer survivor. So these are people that have been in my life before that, during that, and after. And they know, like, I'm a go-getter, I'm a grinder. I always have that hustle mentality. What can I do to generate stability? Because I've been able to generate that ever since I left home. I left home 6 days after I graduated high school at 18. I had my first apartment at 19. And I'm the youngest of four on my mom's side. And my older siblings all have lived with me, and I've helped them all several times over the years, including help them raise their kids and everything. I've helped people pay their bills, pay their rent, put food in their house, giving money when I had it. So being in a position where you're having to start over and rebuild your life, I've not been in this position like this. And it's directly related to me needing to get the biopsies and get these tumors just removed, because whether they're benign or not, they're going. Like, I'm not living with this past this year. I don't even want to live with this past this month, quite honestly. So I just believe, like I told her, I said, a miracle can happen like that. God can open up a door immediately. It doesn't have to take long, but it's all dependent upon your faith. Your faith is what creates your reality. So walking by faith is not, I need to see how this is going to work out. No, I just need to believe it. And I'm so grateful, like I said, I could have that conversation with the young lady earlier today. And when we got done talking, I just took a moment to acknowledge. I said, "Thank you, Most High, for showing me now, number one, why I had to go through what I had to go through to get to this place, because it was some bullshit, quite honestly. Um, but thank you for showing me why you brought me here, because even the people that are here that run the property, they're kind people and they're professional people. And then everyone who's in the environment, for the most part, it's peaceful. I haven't had any issues. And then I met her, and we've been vibrating on a spiritual level, and just talking about God and the difference between religion and spirituality, and talking about the current events, the stuff I talk about. Of course, she has my YouTube channel, and she follows me on Instagram now, and she's actually watched the Pizzagate lives, which, by the way, I found two other documentaries, and I have not started watching them, but I did read the descriptions. I think we're going to have to do another watch party, at least two more, um, because so much more is starting to be exposed and revealed. And then I will be doing the live soon. And I want to actually have like an open. discussion. So it'll definitely have to be on StreamYard, where if you guys want to come on panel and give your opinion about the war, that's, the whole Iran Israeli war. I want us to have an open discussion about it because I'm noticing a lot of people are talking about it, and I want to get what your guys' opinion is, from a biblical standpoint about what's going on, and then just show, more information about it. So there will definitely be more upcoming lives, but I still also have to, keep the priority with the new opportunities that I'm creating, like the virtual services. Um, I am editing that video now to be able to market, that I offer virtual tech support for, cell phones, laptops, computers, and also the avatars, because quite a few people have put in the chat that they're interested in avatar, and I've seen a few comments. So I do design and develop avatars for live streaming. You can even use them for gaming, especially on Twitch. So I'll be putting together a marketing video for that. For those of you guys that were saying you wanted an avatar or you wanted to learn how to create, I can actually put together a virtual class teaching you how to do it. And you don't have to be super tech savvy. Like, I'm a coder, so I know how to do more extensive development. But there's easy, simple ways I could show you how to create it, or you can just pay me to create them for you. So, I'll be advertising that as well. But I just wanted to really acknowledge, um, that conversation from today, because as I was talking to my second mom, because again, she's known me my whole life. She remembers when I was an alcoholic, especially when Elissa died. I didn't know how to live without her. Like, I really didn't. You've been there my whole life. And then when my dad died, and she just was like, "I'm so proud of you because I remember when." And that's exactly what my cousin told me a couple nights ago. So I was like, even though I might feel away because of the transition and just me not being used to being in this position, I have to stay grateful because most people, especially women, like these women that they don't care about compromising their integrity, the amount of people that have told me to prostitute myself has been shocking. Because it's like, really? That's y'all's go to? When I've been celibate for well over a year, like, I'm not finna do that. I've got skill set. Now all I need is the alignment, align the skill set with the opportunity. Now I have stability. I will never do nothing like that. And no, I'm not doing OnlyFans. Quite honestly, I'm tired of people suggesting that. It's annoying. Like, dude, stop. That's for people that don't have skills. I've got skills, multiple, very talented, but I've also got to get my health taken care of. That's priority number one, is getting everything done. I know the colonoscopy is not going to be fun, but I'm going to have to get another one done. It just is what it is. And they said they would have to perform another MRI, CT scan, and x ray, and then they're going to have to do the biopsies. So, all of that, and surgery, all of that has out of pocket costs associated. And so it's like, I'm not going to be on some woe is me. What can I do to manifest the resources? Let me focus on that, because the challenges are there to make me strong. They're not there to break me, they're there to make me. And that's because I'm choosing that. I'm not choosing to let the different, challenges and circumstances and situations cause me to be, you know, freaking out, cause me to be running to alcohol or pills or men or women. No, I'm going to stay grounded. I'm going to stay centered, and I'm going to have faith that everything's going to work itself out. And then when it manifests, I will have that testimony of how I didn't lose my faith and I just continued to push forward. That's why God is making me go through this. It's not a punishment, it's not karma. And to the negative people that have and are saying that, you need to heal. Especially if you a person on YouTube that doesn't know me, ain't never met me, ain't never been around me, don't know anything about my medical history, my life journey. That's coming from an unhealed place within you to say that about me. Even and like I said, I don't want to get on this, but I have to address this because like I said, I don't I have never sent any of my D's peeps to any other content creator's channel to go troll their channel. I don't have control over who decides to go watch channels of people that are sitting around talking shit about me. I don't even have mentally, I don't even have time for that. I literally don't. That's why y'all don't even see me on YouTube as much because I'm dealing with real life. And for people to be saying that I'm sending people to their no, I'm not. I'm focused on my manifestations. I'm focused on creating new opportunities for myself. I'm focused on my healing. I am not focused on people trolling people on YouTube. I don't care. Quite honestly, I don't. If people, I expect people to gossip and talk shit about me. Therefore, I don't have to care and confront everyone that does that. I will address shit in terms of if it is disrespectful, if it's slanderous, defamatory, or if people are going out of their way to talk shit to create content because they don't have any other content on their channel. So they can only get clicks and views by speaking negatively on me. But there ain't nobody from my channel that's going to any of these ops channels. I have never sent them people because I don't control what y'all do. And if there's those of y'all that support me that you want to go watch other channels of people that talk shit and think that you're doing it to protect me, please don't do that. Because I don't even, I'm serious. That's drama. That's a distraction. I don't need that. The only energy I need is positive energy and support and prayers. Ain't nobody got time to be doing trolling shit, let alone I don't even do that. Like, I don't go to people's channels and watch their content and pop down in their chats and troll and leave comments. I've not even done that to Jaguar or Odell. And y'all saw Odell in the chat. What was it, a week ago? So it's like I wish people would work on their healing. I really do. I wish those of y'all that are sitting around speaking negative, when you know what I got going on physically, that speaks to your character. That ain't got nothing to do with me. If you could know a person is dealing with tumors and passing blood and severe conditions that they need surgery for, and you can still sit up on your platform and talk shit, that's a reflection of the unhealed parts of you. And you need to work on that. Especially those of y'all on YouTube calling yourselves Buddhists. Please work on your spirituality because I'm not really giving no fucks about y'all. Yeah, I did a roast. Yeah, I addressed what Revi told me, but I don't care past that. Once I address some shit, I'm not it's not a continuity of drama. So if you want to have your platform, if you want to build your platform thriving off of drama, you're going to do that shit away from me. And I'm not participating. Um, I wanted Riri to know that I do care if people are saying negative things and lying and slandering, defaming, and being disrespectful. But I'm not gonna like play into the content creator war back and forth. Anybody got time for that? Y'all, all y'all low vibrational people, y'all can do that. I would much rather focus on keeping my elevation of my energy high, speaking into existence my healing, my abundance, everything I want to manifest. That is what I'm focused on. I'll be honest, I'm a lot less focused on YouTube because of that sector of YouTube. When I'm on YouTube and I'm actually watching lives, it's none of these people that have come from the whole, Jaguar rights sector and all the people associated that have, clout chase. It's none of that. I'm listening to channels like You Are the Creators, Mantras, Manifestations. I'm listening to other psychics, other spiritualists, tarot readers, people who share my gift because on those platforms, you receive high frequency energy. You receive encouragement. You receive knowledge of how to overcome obstacles. It's not all the bullshit. So it's not that I don't care, if people are speaking negative. It's not that I don't care about you guys. It's that I don't care to give energy to them because these people are only speaking negative because I'm not giving them attention. I'm not giving them the attention and the support that I was giving them before. And it's not just Stone and it's not just Jaguar. It's everyone that you guys saw me support over the past, you know, year and a half, from 2024 till now. Because again, I didn't start even going live regularly on my channel until October of last year. So it's been like what, 8, maybe 9 months that I've been doing lives. And I'm not going to stop doing my investigations because people are nervous that they're getting exposed. And y'all got to keep in mind, the people talking shit, they're talking shit because I'm hitting the nail on the head with the satanic ritual calendar. Let's just be honest. If nothing I was saying was remotely true, these people wouldn't be working so hard, especially collectively, to come against me. So instead of lowering my frequency to go back and forth, I just pray that, you get your shit together because my ancestors are taking care of all of y'all. I don't have to do nothing but focus on keeping my energy elevated, frequency, manifestation, healing. That's truly my purpose on earth, not to engage with people that want negative, back and forth for content. And let's just be honest, that's all they want. They just want the AdSense deposits, they want the engagement, they want the clicks and views. They're not focused on healing, they're not focused on exposing children being trafficked. In fact, they're avoiding those subjects. You gotta think about that too. These people are spending more time creating distractions and drama, going back and forth with content creators, than exposing the child trafficking that's going on, than exposing people who need to have help and assistance healing from being survivors of sexual abuse. You don't hear any of these content creators talking about creating any sort of anything to help survivors. You constantly hear them drama and gossip and talking shit. So when God allowed every one of these situations to fall out of vibration, there was a reason for that. That's not my focus. That's not what I'm going to focus on. I'm going to keep moving forward. And so I need the D's peeps to know, yes, I care about all of you very much, but I'm not engaging with all that. I'm just not. That's why when people are like, oh, they're over there talking shit about you. Okay, what else is new? Especially if I'm exposing you, I expect you to talk shit. You know why? Because I know you're still watching my channel. Y'all can down me all you want on your platforms. You can say whatever negative thing you want to say about me. If you're talking, you're watching, period. But I'm not coming to watch y'all. I'm not coming to do any of that because I'm busy building new platforms, editing, creating new opportunities despite my health challenges. And most of y'all that are talking about me, you wouldn't be able to be as strong as me to even do what I'm doing, going through what I'm going through. And if you've never faced or dealt with cancer of any kind, you don't, or a debilitating chronic condition that you're born with, you don't know what that's like. So while you're talking about me, I guarantee you're not even half as strong spiritually and mentally that I am to be able to go through what I'm going through and still persevere and still pursue your goals and still accomplish your goals. Most of y'all talking shit would have, fell into some, and some of y'all are doing some of the stuff I've talked about. Some of y'all are alcoholics. Some of y'all are drug addicts. That's why you act the way you act. So before I allow you to distract me, one, I really hope you heal. I'm so serious. Even if I've roasted you, I'm roasting you because I'm laughing at you being a dumbass. But on a spiritual level, I really hope you choose to heal, because if you start to heal, you don't have a desire to do those things. You don't have a desire to constantly over and over obsessively just troll people and bash them and talk shit about them. The only people that do that are people who are not healed. So I hope you heal. But I'm going to stay focused on what matters. And what matters most is getting my health taken care of and rebuilding my life so that I can enjoy my life, be inside of joy. So I can go to more events and network and get to know more people and start really pushing out these major projects, because creating new channels is a way for me to be able to offer the different talents that I have. But my goal is not YouTube. I don't care about algorithms. I don't care about dominating YouTube. I'm not tripping over subscriber count. My subscriber count has gone up and down. I remember when everything first happened with Jaguar on February 9th, and all those people that we all saw constantly love bomb me in the chat. It was like 100, it was like damn near 200 people unsubscribed, because even though they witnessed what she did, they were being, manipulated by her. A lot of those people that unsubscribed have resubscribed recently, because I get the notifications through the studio. And I just found it funny that, I remember she would always be obsessed with subscriber count and algorithms and engage. I don't care about none of that shit. If subscribers come, great. If they go, good, bye. Like, I don't care. Like, that stuff is not important to me. I care about those of y'all that come so that you can receive healing, so that you can receive knowledge, so we can laugh, kiki together, have a good time. I care about the ones that genuinely support my platform. Everybody else, like I always say, are non-motherfucking factors. So why would I give energy to all their drama when it's expected for people in a low vibrational state to be on that frequency? And it's a blessing to me that I'm not. And the way that I choose to address situations on my platform is my prerogative. Me addressing people who have been fake as hell. And I have to address this because Cody pointed this out to me. We had a conversation the other day. I haven't had a chance to go back and watch the replays for a lot of my lives. But apparently, the live I did, what was it, about 2 weeks ago? I want to say about 2 weeks ago, either like a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, where I addressed people that were on Rumble when people were asking me what happened between me and Stone. Because again, I don't care to keep like talking about the bullshit. But when people were coming back in the chat like, well, I've been gone, what happened with you and Stone? And I addressed what happened and I told the truth. Apparently, that triggered him, and that triggered, subscribers that decided to stay supporting his platform. And like I told people, you can do what you want. We're all grown. What I specifically said to people is, if you're going to support platforms where you yourself witnessed those content creators allow people to disrespect me, to troll, to just constantly keep being disrespectful, then I don't consider you a real supporter, and I don't. Because it's the same as people who are still supporting Jaguar that witnessed what she did to me on February 9th. I don't feel that you're genuine if you support people who have and continue to go out of their way to slander, defame, cyberbullying, gang stalk. Because again, I don't go to these people's channels. When I'm done with you, I'm done with you and your channel. I'm not coming to watch your lives. I'm never coming in your chat. I'm not coming in your comment section, because now you don't exist in my world. So if I'm there, it's because someone has sent me information that you have said things that were either extremely disrespectful, slanderous, or defamatory. And when Riri reached out to me and told me that I guess Stone did a live a couple of weeks ago talking shit about me and talking shit about her, I'm like, we don't even talk on the phone. Like, where is all this coming from? And I realize it's because of the investigation I've been doing about him and Vasal. And then the whole shit, with Jaguar, and then Danny Robertson, the Fish King, all this stuff. I said, y'all, those of y'all content creators, y'all are focused on keeping up drama, and then trying to say that you're not while you're physically doing it is you're contradicting yourself. and you might need to go figure out why you are a little bit delusional to think that you're not being negative while you're talking shit specifically about me and my subscribers when my subscribers don't fuck with y'all. Not that I know of. And I for damn sure ain't sending them because I don't care. Again, I'm not Jaguar. Jaguar does that shit. Y'all seen her do it. Y'all seen her do it in Stone's chat. Send all the trolls over there. So did Danny Robertson. I've never done that. We don't go to people's channels and troll their chat. If we go to people's channels, we're there to support you, like we did. Remember that. I would always say, family, let's go over to Jaguar and support her live. Let's go over to Odell and support their live. Let's go over to Maggie's. Let's go over to Natanya Rubens. Like, if we're pulling up to support. We're not pulling up to troll and argue and go back and forth. So the fact that Stone kept allowing that is why I addressed it the way that I did, because it's like you're allowing people to constantly disrespect me and you're not checking it. You're not managing the chat, and your mods aren't either. So it's letting me know that this is something you guys are enjoying clearly and that you're all participating in. When all we have done is shown up to show you support. So, it's one of those things that's like, I really just learned that as much as I want to uplift our melanin people and have us support one another, the majority of y'all on YouTube, y'all really are on that Willie Lynch shit. If a person's platform starts to get more attention than you, then you start getting mad. The fact that people were saying, oh, well, it seems like, Just D is upset that people left. No, I'm upset that people are fake. Leave, please leave. I'm so serious. If you don't fuck with my platform, I would rather you go. I really would, because I only want people over here that genuinely we support and love one another. We show each other love. We show each other support. If you're being fake and you're coming in my chat, like when Didi did that, and I have to address this because, like I said, Cody pointed this out to me. I did not mention Didi's name on that live. I didn't mention anyone's name. And Didi wasn't the only person who did that shit. It was multiple subscribers that were over there still supporting him in the chat after I made it known what he said and did to disrespect me. Because ain't no way Official King Payne got my legal first and last name from Danny Robertson, who does not know me, who I've never spoken to. So what that's telling me is people are spending their own money to look up information about mine for the sole purpose to slur and defame me because I don't want to engage with them on their platforms. Which is, if you think about it, that's pretty pathetic. Just take no for an answer and move on. And the fact that Official King Payne did mention Stone's name during the live where he did all that, doxing and identity theft. The reason Stone got upset is because I told him through the DM on Instagram that if he was involved, I'm going to sue him and them. See, there's people that are making assumptions, listening to him and his lies that don't know the truth. And this is why when I get past this weekend, I'm going to show the receipts from Instagram. Since everybody wants to lie on me and make it seem like I'm being negative, no, sir, I was being real. And of course I was upset because not only were you allowing those trolls to disrespect me, you disrespected Cody in your chat, not just Riri. And Cody's been down for me since day one. Cody's bro. Cody's like fam. And I'm a Scorpio. We're very protective over the people that we care about. So you're not finna disrespect him for him defending me in your chat when you kept allowing all the Danny Robertson and Jaguar trolls to disrespect me. And we have never done that to you. That's what people don't understand about Scorpios. If you turn on us when all we did was show you support from a genuine place, don't expect us to deal with you lightly after you do some shit like that. We're either going to cut you all the way off or we're going to check you about that behavior, or both. And typically, I just cut people off. So if I'm asking you a question, it's because some part of me does still care about you. And I'm trying to give you a chance to be real and be honest, because now I got to present you with evidence to show you why I've been suspicious of your behavior. And I turned out to be right. On top of all of that. So if there are people admitting publicly that y'all work together to do this live where so much slander and defamation and identity theft occurred. Because like I said, I spoke to an attorney. What Official King Payne did is identity theft. To put out anyone's date of birth certificate, record, first and last legal name, location of where they're born, that is a felony in every state. So him bragging about how he got my information from Danny Robertson, you guys are both now going to be convicted of that. And if Stone had anything to do with that, so are you. I don't give a damn who you've worked with in the music industry. You're not bigger than God, and you're not bigger than the law. I'm not out here on YouTube doing shit like that. I'm not doxing people's identity information. I'm not out here making up that people were born certain genders. And if I'm suspicious, and Stone, I'm going to just tell you this straight up, because people have been telling me the shit you've been saying. If I'm suspicious of your sexuality, it's because you behave very feminine. It's just the truth. You do. You behave very much like a female. But I still have never went online and, like, even when you sent me your phone number, I've never gone online and exposed that. I've never doxed your phone number or Meech's phone number. Both of y'all gave me your numbers on Instagram. I've never done that. So me questioning your involvement when you were specifically named during the live where all that occurred, that should not have led to, oh, now I'm being negative. And now I have to block you because you're being negative. No, that's you gaslighting because you're probably guilty. That's what narcissists do. So all of this shit that has happened was done to try to stop me from speaking my truth, to try to stop me from exposing the satanic ritual calendar, to try to stop me, and it hasn't. It truly has only empowered me to keep exposing this shit. Because clearly, if all these people from the industry are coming and finding me, and I'm not going and look, like, I didn't go seek out Stone. I never heard of Stone. Stone, y'all saw it. He came in my chat. I ain't never heard of you. Jaguar, I was following her on Storm Monroe's channel because I thought, like a lot of us did, we thought she was a real advocate. We thought, she was a person fighting against the system and trying to get justice. A lot of us believed in her. But when she showed me who she was, I cut her off completely. And just because I prayed for her doesn't mean, oh, I prayed for you because I've seen God work through you. But you have to choose healing. So it's like, these are people who I've done nothing but support, who both betrayed me, but yet both can't stop talking shit because you're mad that I'm now investigating and exposing you. That's what I've been doing on YouTube. That's what I've been doing on Facebook for decades. Investigating and exposing shit before I ever knew either one of y'all existed. Let's be honest. I was doing this shit on Facebook since fucking 2011. So we're talking 14 years of me researching and exposing not just the music industry, the entertainment industry, government, religion, everything that I talk about, I've talked about it on Facebook. So I don't, like, my motive for YouTube isn't to connect with people that don't want to collaborate, that just want to keep and create drama. Y'all can do that amongst each other. I'm not participating because all of that is a distraction from me focusing on my manifestations and my healing. And that is why the Most High God and my ancestors allowed what happened between Jaguar and I to happen. That's exactly why. Because if I was still connected I would have still been caught up in trying to please everybody and trying to support everybody else as opposed to fulfilling my actual purpose on this planet. And my purpose on this planet is to expose the satanic agenda, to wake people up, to get survivors to come forward and get their justice and get their healing, and to raise the vibration. It's not to be caught up in drama. And if that's what y'all want to do, hey, do that. But I'm not going to participate with it. And the shit with Dee Dee, Cody said, I guess, because I didn't see the chat. When I'm presenting screen, I can't see the chat. I guess she got an attitude and she was like, oh, well, this is what he's telling me. I got to go back and watch that live to see the chat. He's like, she basically said she knew you were talking about her and she felt like we were all ignoring her, and, you know, she wanted to commit suicide, but yet you're not suicidal on Stone's channel. So miss me with the performative manipulation. Empath, clairvoyant, psychic, medium. You're not finna run no game on me. You're not finna do that. You're not gonna make it seem like, oh, you know, everyone's bullying you. I didn't even say your fucking name. I said all of you that are over there still supporting that platform, when you've seen, you witnessed what happened, you were in the chat and you witnessed the disrespect. I meant what I said. I don't want y'all over here because you're fake. That's fake as hell, to sit and watch that behavior and then you still support the person that allowed it. So me, you know, addressing people being fake on my channel, I have every right to. And furthermore, why are you being fake? Let's focus on that. Let's focus on you being fake as opposed to you trying to garner sympathy, claiming that you're suicidal. That's a manipulation tactic to get attention. And to try to make it seem like, oh, just D's over there making me feel like I want to kill myself. Baby, a chat should not ever make you feel that depressed. If people not engaging with you in the chat plummets you into that deep of a depression, you need to go get help today. And I'm so serious. You really need to go work with a life coach and a therapist, because that's not, something is wrong. And there are people that do that all the time to get attention. Well, I'm gonna just kill myself because you won't give me attention. That means something's wrong with you. And that's not something I can help you with. But you're not gonna run with this manipulative narrative to make it seem like, because, well, people are ignoring me. I ignore a lot of the chat when I'm not looking at the chat. Even right now, I'm not looking at the chat. It doesn't mean, oh, it's some big ordeal. I said, and if you felt that depressed, you have my email. You could have reached out to me. You have a direct way to contact me. You didn't. So that was a manipulation tactic. And I don't appreciate that, because that's the same shit that RC117 did. Came over here pretending he was so suicidal and how he needed help. He just wanted attention. And he wanted to get information. So I'm not falling for that. And it disturbed me when he told me that. He said, did you see that when Dee Dee was talking about she was going to commit suicide? I said, when did that happen? He was like, on the live where you were addressing the people being fake and still supporting Stone. I had no idea she did that. And I'm thinking, like, she was just in his chat. So again, if you're that depressed, you're not going to be over on someone else's channel being all lovey-dovey and heart emojis. But then over here, you want to act like, oh, I'm being treated so bad. No, you're being called out for being fake. And that is gaslighting like a motherfucker. That's some narcissistic shit. Well, I'm going to make it seem like you're over here being mean to me when you were being fake. And I didn't call you out by name. So I had to address that just now, because that really bothered me when he told me that yesterday. I said, wow. I said, so again, and y'all have to remember, these are all people that came from Jaguar's channel that are doing this shit. Just like the people that kept lying, talking about they're getting this scam message when they try to send a donation in my Cash App. I called and confirmed with They said, no, we don't do that. They said people who send payments that have never sent you a payment, the system does that automatically to everybody. Or if they send a donation, they change their payment method. It's a system thing. It's not where we're telling them that, your account. And there's plenty of people that have sent donations who never got that message. Again, it's people from her channel. These are trolls pretending to be supporters, and you're not going to run that game on me. My spiritual gifts are very real. I know when a person's full of shit. So there is at no time would I ever intentionally try to get someone to commit suicide. Now, if you want to run with that game of let me try to get attention by acting like I want to be suicidal, you need to go get help. Like for real. No bullshit. You really need to go get help. That's a mental health issue that you need professional help to cope with. But I don't want people thinking that I'm going to allow you to create a negative false narrative in my chat when you're claiming that you love and support me, but yet you also loving and supporting people who you witnessed yourself disrespect me. And like I said, none of y'all would have even known about Stone if I wouldn't have went to his channel to support him. So if you want to support him, cool, support him. I said that even when I first stopped fucking with him, I said that. But I'm going to look at you sideways if you come over here pretending that you support me, because I don't believe that. I don't believe a person that's a double-minded person. That's just like me going to Jaguar's channel right now and dropping down in her chat saying how much I love her after the fuck shit she did to me. That would make me look fake as hell. Or me going over to Odell's channel and supporting him when he participated in what they did on February 9th. That would make me look fake as hell. And as a Scorpio, I'm very real and authentic. I don't deal with fake. I cut fake off. So I'm gonna have to go back when I have time and watch that replay to see what all was said in the chat, because I didn't see any of that. I really didn't. And it just dawned on me. I said, all these people are working together to try so hard to try to make people not listen to my channel, because again, I'm hitting the nail of truth on the head with that calendar, because everything is syncing up with the calendar. And it's exposing what these quote unquote elite have been trying to hide. Because I'm not in the music industry. I'm associated with people in the music industry, but I'm not a part of it. And I'm definitely not with the satanic agenda that goes on behind closed doors. So if they could shut me up, it'll stop people from questioning if the shit they're telling them is the truth. The whole point is to keep up this image and this facade. Meanwhile, there is so much evidence, not just documentaries, actual police report investigations about child trafficking and satanic sexual ritualistic abuse. And if more people start to wake up, we can overthrow that entire system. They don't want that. They go after all the truth tellers who start making sense. And I thought about this when I had the conversation with Cody. I said, what's funny is none of this shit was happening on my channel before February 9th. There was none of that. Nobody was over here pretending to be suicidal because I'm not paying attention to them in the chat. Nobody was coming over here claiming that they're getting a message warning them that my account could be a scam when they try to send donate. None of that was happening. So it's kind of like, use common sense and critical thinking skills. If this shit didn't start happening until after those events, then we have to look at the motive. We have to look at the motive, and we have to look at why these people are doing what they're doing. Every one of these people who have done this shit have all come from Jaguar's channel. Every one of them. Franca Avi was the first one. She did the bullshit with PayPal the very next day on February 10th. And I had to go through that whole dispute, which I won because I proved that she lied. Then Nick Mountain Goat Productions did the same thing and then had the audacity to call me a scammer after she lied. And PayPal didn't even take her claim serious because they saw where she attached notes saying channel donation and tried to say, oh, well, I, sent her money for goods and services. What goods and services? I don't sell anything. I don't sell any merch. I was offering psychic readings in exchange for a donation. That's not selling a product. That's you giving me a donation for me to give you a psychic reading. And even then, the people that were claiming they paid for readings and didn't get them, I was able to prove that they never did. So you have to think about the motive. Why all of a sudden the very people that y'all constantly saw love bombing me in the chat, because Nick did it every day. Nick was one of the main mods that showed up to every live. You have to think about why these people have constantly come and pretended to be supporters, showed love over and over. And then as soon as all that shit went down with Jaguar, now I see all these people's true colors. And even that didn't break me. It taught me wisdom and to be more discerning when people, cry wolf and want attention, and that's all that they want. So no, I'm speaking on that directly because I don't appreciate Dee Dee doing that bullshit. I really don't. Like, not everybody on my channel has access to be able to contact me. She was one of the people that did. And we would regularly communicate through email. If Dee Dee was feeling any type of way, depressed, or if she even felt like, Dee, are you talking about me? The thing to do is, one, ask me if I'm talking about you. Reach out to me offline so we can have a discussion, not flood my chat talking about you want to kill yourself. What the hell? Because I'm not responding to your chat. If I'm not looking at the chat, I'm not going to respond to nobody. And again, that's mental, that's manipulation. Like, I dealt with this shit in therapy because I've dated people who did that shit. Oh, you don't want to talk to me? I'm gonna kill myself. They said that's a manipulation tactic to get attention. So we saw RC117 do that. And then y'all saw how he betrayed, and I showed the receipts of that. Now he's, you're not suicidal anymore on everybody else's platform. You talking cash money shit. So when it comes to me saying that I'm not as willing to be as open with people, it's because I need to vet people longer to make sure that your motives for wanting to contact me are genuine and not rooted in some sort of agenda or that Jaguar sent you to reach out to me. Everyone that Jaguar has sent has done the same exact thing. They have reached out to me through email. They've given me their phone number. They tried to get an address from me or, some sort of location information. Literally the same pattern. They come in love bombing, and then next thing you know, it's trying to get information. And then when they can't get information, then they turn and they go to other platforms and they talk shit. I've seen it so many times since February 9th. So I'm not even surprised anymore. Disappointed, yes, but not surprised. The fact that Odell reached out to me a month ago, emailing, talking about how, he wanted me and Jaguar to have a conversation. The fact that Ralph DeWise tried to get me to come over to the town hall on his channel. All these people are trying to get my attention because I'm not giving them any. But the last thing I want are subscribers who I believe genuinely care and support my platform trying to put false narratives out during my live to try to make it seem like they're being bullied because you're being ignored. No, being ignored is because I'm not focused on you or the chat. And a hit dog will holla. Because again, I didn't say Dee Dee's name. I said all of y'all. She wasn't the only one doing that. So if you felt a way, then that means what I was saying, there was some truth in that. and it applied to you and you felt guilty. So at the end of the day, work on your healing. If you learn anything from watching me and my journey, I'm working on my healing. I could be focused on all this bullshit. I choose not to be. I choose not to respond. I choose not to engage because it's a distraction. But I don't appreciate that. And I'm addressing this so that if anybody else thinks you're going to try that in my chat, I will immediately block and ban you and report you for doing that bullshit. That's literally a form of harassment. Let me go in the chat and make it seem like D's over there, promoting. No, that's you. You need to go and get some mental health help. For real. Go get some help. That's borderline like people who I know in real life that suffer from bipolar disorder, they do shit like that. And no one's energy online should be like your validation shouldn't come from YouTube. My validation doesn't come from YouTube. I appreciate everybody that supports me, but if people choose not to, it's not going to end my world. If people choose not to give me attention or energy, I don't care. Okay, I'm going to keep it pushing because I got other stuff, I'm focused on anyhow. But I swear to God, I was like, until last night, I had no idea that even happened. And I was like, why would she do that? Of all people, why would you do that? When you know how to contact me. When Ralph RC117 reached out to me on February 11th, he emailed me. I was concerned about his mental health. That's the only reason why I called him. And I was hesitant because I'm like, I hope he doesn't turn out to be a troll. And then he did. Even though I was there for him and talked him through, giving you free therapy, free mental health help, he still chose to betray me. So now that's why I tell people if people really want to have one-on-one conversations or, you're feeling down, one, I'm going through my own stuff. I think people forget that because I'm always trying to be so uplifting. I'm going through a lot by myself. I don't have people to encourage me, but yet people keep expecting me to constantly be there for them and to do it for free because for a long time I did. But now I've got to be more protective of my energy and my peace. And I can't rescue everybody. I can't help everybody, especially when I'm dealing with what I'm dealing with these tumors and everything. So it's never a D doesn't care if I kill myself. No, that's you being manipulative, and you need to go figure out why you feel the need to get attention that bad. Like, that really, I ain't gonna hold y'all, that really upset me. It really did. I was like, wow. So when people wonder why I question, people's motives, well, D, why you don't trust nobody? This is why, man. Because like it's people I've genuinely been there for, and I didn't have to, because I genuinely cared. And then they just took that and shitted on it, and then betrayed me, and then had the audacity to talk shit about me after you betrayed me. It's crazy to me. So it's like, you know what? I'm gonna send you a prayer, and I'm just gonna leave you right there. I'm gonna leave you right where you had me fucked up at, and I'm just not even gonna keep giving this shit energy. Cause for what? But that really, it definitely, it hurt. I ain't gonna lie, that really hurt. Cause I was like, damn, her of all people. And furthermore, why the fuck were you over there? I don't understand. You say I'm not gonna, mess with this platform because I witness these people disrespect you and I'm not gonna support it. And then you're over there talking about how you love this person that you don't know. The other ones, Serene over there, trying to get chose, kept emailing me talking about, she wanted me to, like, you damn near wanted me to hook you up with Stone. It was weird. I didn't respond to none of that. Cece over there doing the same shit she did over here. She kept emailing me links to Jaguar's channel after the February 9th event. She kept sending me links to other content creators that she know I don't fuck with. A lot of them people that are over in Stone's chat were trolls. And I have the receipts to prove it. All the email links. Why are y'all sending me links to Danny Robertson's channel? Why are you sending me links to AT2's channel? Why are you sending me links to No Nuts? Why are you sending me links to official? Like, I don't watch these people's platforms. So you're only sending me that because you're trying to incite drama. You want me to go over and watch and get all upset and go back and forth with them, and I'm not going to do that. And if you support my channel, why are you doing that? And you know what I'm going through. Why are you bringing me drama? So, these are things that the people who are making comments, y'all don't even know all the facts. But you're going by what trolls are doing, not knowing the history of communication outside of YouTube. And anyone on my platform, all of y'all I show love to. But if you come with some bullshit, I'm going to address it. And I'm not going to address it and sugarcoat it. I'm a Scorpio. Raw, unfiltered, outspoken. Once you betray me, I'm going to address you in the most raw and unfiltered way because now I don't give a fuck. And I don't even like having to be that way. But I'm really over all this troll behavior and people trying to act like a victim when you're the one starting and keeping up the drama and then doing the bullshit when we're supposed to be supporting one another, uplifting one another, and building a platform where we can actually come together like family and be on a high frequency. My channel ain't never been about drama. Roasting, yeah. Laughing, kiki, yeah. Exposing the truth, absolutely. But let's be real, before Jaguar came into my channel on October 20th, none of this shit existed on my channel at all. Y'all can see it. You can go look for yourselves. So I want those of y'all that actually do support, look at people's motives before you play into the bullshit they're doing. And if people are talking to trolls, if content creators, especially with Stone, you talking to a whole bunch of people that I don't fuck with. You talking to the people who I've blocked from my channel because they proved to be trolls. And all that Cody was saying, he was pointing out how Amber was a thirsty troll. Why did Cody deserve to get targeted and picked on? And we got to look at that motive too, because Cody is trans. Jaguar and Stone both targeted Cody, the one that lives out loud as trans on my channel. Y'all got to look at how that makes you look. Because now people are going to call you transphobic. So I just, when it comes to those of y'all who I know are real supporters, if any content creator is disrespecting you, I'm going to address that shit. But I'm not going to go to their channels and go back and forth with them. I'm just not going to do it. Let them people talk they shit. Let them gossip. They got to answer to the Most High God. And above all, the minute they do that, I always say any energy rising up against me shall fall immediately and be destroyed. Chaos and confusion will come about your lives, and death and hell will follow your evil intentions back. That's a prayer of protection. The minute you speak negative, you send an evil intention, you plot and plan, you're going to receive that back 100,000-fold immediately. So I don't care if you talk shit. You're inviting that negativity into your life. And it don't have nothing to do with me. But your intentions to create drama and try to spin false narratives because what I'm exposing is exposing you is not going to stop me from doing my investigations and exposing the people who have been accused of being involved in these satanic rituals at the Diddy parties, allegedly. And not to mention the fact that I put that out there, that Stone did tell me that he knew Jaguar from the Diddy parties. I still have those receipts. I haven't heard Stone talk about Diddy at all or Jay-Z. In fact, him and Meech said that Jay-Z was their guy. And because Jaguar was talking about Jay-Z and Diddy is why they went in on her. But from what I've heard, there's a lot more to that story than what's been told. And that allegedly there were interpersonal relationships going on between people. And that's the real reason that all that happened. I don't even care because that don't got nothing to do with me. I don't care. But I need people to understand that while you're listening to people, you don't know these people. And none of y'all know about the conversations that Stone and I had offline. And none of y'all know about the conversations that Jaguar and I had offline. I know. They know. If I was in a low place, I would have been put that shit out there. And unedited. I'm not about that. So I want people, if you feel a way about the way I address people being fake on my channel, you probably shouldn't be here. If you feel a way about me checking other content creators for allowing their people to disrespect me when I've never allowed none of y'all to do that, and we don't even do that, let's think about that too, family. We went over to Stone's channel. We went over to Maggie's channel. We went over to Jaguar's channel. We went over to Natanya Rubin's channel. We went over to Odell's channel. What did we do every time we went to their channels? We supported them every time. We never went over to their channels being negative, ever. So in my mind, if you're saying that you support me, why are you allowing, as a content creator, you and your mods, allowing people to constantly disrespect me every time I come in your chat? Why did Official King Payne mention your name during that bullshit ass live that I reported and got taken down? And I still am going to sue them because I still have the evidence, screen recording. Why would you even be involved with people that are doing that? I'm going to be honest. If I would have known that Stone and his mods were cool with Danny Robertson and Official King Payne ahead of time, I would have never supported his platform, not even for the Angie Stone shit, because I would have known that it was going to lead to some drama and some bullshit like it has. Because that's the frequency them people are on. I don't not support those platforms because I have some loyalty to Jaguar and I'm going to need Stone. You need to stop saying that damn lie. I don't support Jaguar. Anybody with common sense that's been following me knows I don't support her. I just don't have a deep-seated hatred for her that clearly you and Meech have. She is fucked up. I hope she heals. But I don't have this like, oh, I hate her. And no, I hate what the fuck you did, but I'm glad you did it because now I know who the fuck you really are. And I've moved on. I'm not, even with her, I'm not sitting up here trying to go back and forth with you. Am I investigating you? Absolutely. Absolutely. 1000%. I'm investigating all of y'all that are in the music industry that are in alignment with Jay-Z and Diddy. All of y'all are suspect. Every one of y'all. So therefore, you are all being investigated by me. It's not about beef on YouTube. I want to see what your true involvement is and has been with these two men who have been accused by several people of allegedly sexually abusing them and performing satanic rituals on them. And if you were involved, I don't care if it was 10 years ago, 5 years ago, 20 years ago, God's going to expose that. And you will be held accountable. And those victims are going to get healing. I don't understand why no one cares about the victims. Why do they not ever talk about the children? That is a consistent behavior pattern I've noticed on every one of these platforms that sit up and talk shit about me. None of y'all have talked about being advocates for survivors of sexual abuse, whether they're adults or children. None of you talk about the kids being trafficked. None of you talk about the satanic rituals. There's a reason all of y'all are avoiding that. And there's a reason you're attacking my platform that focuses solely on exposing that. That is what I said to Stone on Instagram. I want to know why you came to my channel in the first place, because I have been researching and exposing the very industry that you're a part of. What is your motive? Who sent you to my channel? That's not me being negative. That's me asking you a direct question. To the point. What was your motive and why are you here? Because your behavior isn't reflecting that you support me anymore. Your behavior is reflecting that you're messy and you're allowing people in your chat to be disrespectful constantly and being messy. And now you're targeting my subscribers who have done nothing but support you. We all went over and subscribed and purchased memberships of yours. Even after me being hesitant because of the betrayal I had just went through with Jaguar, I still supported you because you came across as this high vibrational person that was trying to get justice for Angie Stone, and you don't even talk about Angie no more. Told me through the Instagram chat, I'm not like y'all. I'm not like you content creators that just create content for controversy. I have a real job. I make music. Then why haven't you been focused on music on your channel? Why haven't you been focused on Angie Stone? I didn't support you back because you were trolling Jaguar, because you weren't even trolling her at the time. I was supporting you back because I thought you really wanted justice for Angie Stone, and you're not even focused on that anymore. So that means you're a content creator, which means you're no better than the rest of us, even though you tried to act like you were. So that whole energy from that sector of YouTube, I'm done with it. I'm going to investigate who the fuck I want to investigate, who have been named and allegedly participating. See, the things is, y'all don't realize that the people on your platforms that are pretending to support you are leaking information about you and talking shit about you behind your back. Even when I was still supporting Stone, people were DMing me, emailing me, telling me that he was allegedly involved in the satanic rituals. They said Stone does know Diddy and Jay-Z very well. Stone does know Jaguar very well. So when he told me that himself, that he knew Jaguar from the Diddy parties, but yet he told everybody else he didn't know her, why is this woman talking shit about me on paperwork? You knew who she was then. Because she tried to hook Ayasha with your homie. But you lied and told everybody that you didn't know her. But yet you told me you did know her. So you're a liar who's trying to pretend like you're some high vibrational positive person, but you're not. Black men sitting on a platform acting like feminine women, bashing women is not high vibrational. Calling Riri a long-nosed bitch is not high vibrational. And it definitely ain't something that Buddhists do. So all of y'all wanting to, run over there and think that, you're going to clout chase and get chose, or y'all do what you want to do. Just don't come over here being fake. I've said that from jump. Do what you want to do. Support who you want to support. But if you are supporting people that don't support me, I'm going to consider you fake when you come back over here trying to act like, oh, D, I love you. No, you don't. You fake as fuck. Please get off my channel. I only want genuine people here. If you're fake, just leave. Because there's only going to be two things that are going to happen. Either I'm going to cut you completely off, or I'm going to address the shit you're doing. It's as simple as that. I like, for real, all this YouTube bullshit is not important. And in the grand scheme of things, with what's going on in our country, y'all need to be focused on bigger things than this. Much bigger things than this. Let me look at the comments, because I just realized I ain't even been looking at the comment box. Awan, thank you for tuning in. Neptune said, I hope you're feeling better. Thank you, my love. Thank you for tuning in. Soul Sounds, heard from Dee. No. And I'm going to be honest. Like I said, for me to not even know that she did that, but yet you've been in other people's chats behaving perfectly normal. Again, as far as I'm concerned, If it was a real cry for help, I would take it serious. But when I can recognize that that's just a manipulation tactic, I'm just gonna ignore that shit. I'm not playing into that. Chelsea, Cody's a real one for sure. Thank you. Always has been. Soul Sound said, Dee Dee said she was lonely and she missed us, which is why she went on Stone's platform. Pause. How are you lonely and missed us when I've still been going live? And how does loneliness cause you to go support a person that you know doesn't support me? That's still not an excuse. It's not. So, Neptune, yeah, I'm just getting caught up on the chat. Yeah, I was talking about Dee Dee doing that shit. Chelsea said, it's the wanting the attention from me for the wrong reasons. I don't blame you, Dee. You look at the chat when you're able to look at it. Dee Dee will be all right. I pray for, and I am. I'm praying for her healing, but I'm also calling out, bullshit. Like, you're not finna make it seem like, oh, I'm over here being mean. No, I'm over here, like right now, I'm not presenting screen, but when I'm presenting screen, literally on StreamYard, you have your main StreamYard page that shows you like the actual app and shows you your web screen, your web page screen, and on that web page is where the chat is at. Once you click present screen, you're no longer you're not looking at the StreamYard screen anymore. It's not like I have a dual monitor, computer. And so it's like I have to toggle back to the StreamYard page, the home page, to see y'all's comments when I'm multi-streaming from StreamYard. That's why a lot of times I don't see the chat. That's why I don't address it, because I don't see it. I'm presenting screen. And when I talked to Cody, I said that's what I was doing that night. On the same hand, if I see your comment and I am suspicious of you being two-faced, I'm not going to make a priority of pulling your comment up on the screen, because I'm going to watch your behavior to see who you really are. That night, I was talking about so many other things. And by the time I looked back at the StreamYard chat, it was damn near the end of the live. And I remember seeing her put the comment that said, I wish you nothing but the best. And I'm like, all right, cool. I already took that as a goodbye. Like, she obviously in her feelings about something, I don't know what, but okay, cool. Wish you the best too. There's no hate. It's just that I don't tolerate fake. Support who you want to support. If that platform doesn't support me, I would prefer you not to come back here. It's as simple as that. It really is as simple as that. Do you? Ain't nobody trying to control what you do. I don't care about other content creators feeling like they took my subscribers. Baby, you didn't take nothing but people that are trolls. Let's be real. You gained trolls. Congratulations. They're going to do the same thing to you. Meanwhile, when the people leave, new subscribers come and replace them. And I'm not caught up in subscriber count. I'm not that invested in YouTube where I even care about subscriber count and algorithms. If I was invested, I would have super chats, super stickers, and memberships. I'm invested in creating offline, real life opportunities. That's why I push myself to go to that casting call. That's why I'm pushing myself to manifest everything I need to manifest to go and actually be in the video tomorrow and meet these other in real life, in real time business owners, real opportunities, not focus on trying to dominate YouTube, because this app is going to go down in the next few years anyway. And all of y'all are going to have to find other streams of income. I'm not building my life off of YouTube. YouTube owes me money. And because of my current circumstances and me not having the resources to have them send me the information they need to send me is the reason why I haven't received that money. If I was so invested in making money off of YouTube, I would have took whatever donation came for me to pay for my room and to take care of myself, and went and opened up a separate mailing area to have them mail me what they need to mail me for me to get paid. So I'm not on here focused on money. Yes, donations are needed. Yes, they're appreciated. But if people don't donate, hey, some way to make it happen otherwise. The people that are all talking about me, they're focused on money. That's why they create negative content. Whereas I do everything I can to try to keep it positive and high vibrational. But if I need to address some shit, I'm gonna address it. And I'm a passionate, outspoken Scorpio. Like, when is the last time you've known a Scorpio to sugarcoat shit when people be fucking with them? A scorpion, if you fuck with a scorpion in nature, it's going to put its finger up. And the very people I'm addressing is because I let you get away with shit for so long. I didn't address it for so long. But at a certain point, shit needs to be addressed, especially when people are intentionally putting out false narratives, which is legally defamation. That's when I'm going to address shit so that you can't say that you weren't notified before you get sued. Legally, I have to let you know what you did is considered defamation and slander. That way, when we go to court and the judge asks you, did she make you aware that your actions made her feel like you're committing or you are committing defamation and slander? Were you made aware that your behavior was unacceptable? They're going to ask you that in court. You can't say you weren't made aware because I publicly let you know. And if you continue to do it, well, then, you're making it worse for yourself. Meanwhile, I'm going to continue to pray. I'm going to continue to do my positive affirmations, my high vibrational music. I'm going to continue to be that example of perseverance and faith. And y'all that have been talking shit about my health, you better hope you don't ever have to go through this. You better hope and pray that you never have to deal with a chronic debilitating condition that has been passed down to you through generations. Hope and pray that you never know the physical pain of having to go through tumors in your lower intestine, in part of your lower intestine hanging out of you, and then to have people making fun of it, people lying about it, saying you're making it up, that don't even fucking know you. All of that shit weighs on a person's mind when they're watching their body go through something real serious that they can't control. And that I have not had the opportunity to be able to go and get it taken care of. But I'm speaking it into existence that I will manifest what I need, which again is why going to this event tomorrow is very, very important, because that can literally open the doors I need to have the money. Now I can go, boom, I can get it scheduled, because now I can pay the out-of-pocket cost that's required for them to schedule and get these things taken care of. So if I have all of that going on in real life and I'm going through this shit by myself, you think I'm about to give energy and attention to all this bullshit from people that I don't even fucking know? I don't even know these people. Never met any of them. They've never met me. And yet people want to listen to strangers that don't know me. Why don't you listen to people that know me in real life? I told my cousin, I said, I think I'm going to have you on the show. She's known me for over 30 years, since I was like preteen. She knows me. She knows how hard I work. She knows I've always been able to not only provide and take care of myself, but she knows all the people that I've helped. These people on YouTube don't know shit about me, but yet people who are, I'm just going to say it, ignorant, are listening to them and believing it. Because that's how easy it is to manipulate people who don't, have a good sense of self. Sheep that just, follow the leader without. I investigate everything. I investigated Stone when he first came in my chat because I didn't know who he was. I looked up his channel. I, went and looked him up on Instagram. I looked him up online, Googled him. Who is this guy? Who is this person? Because I was trying to figure out, like, how did he find my channel? But I do remember when Jaguar told me last year that she said Jonathan Hay was watching my channel. A lot of people from the industry were watching my channel because of what I was exposing. So again, it's not like I'm some celebrity YouTuber. I'm just me, just these. So to have people from the industry who are connected to Jay-Z, Clive, and Diddy constantly find my channel, there's a reason that they're doing that. They're not going to stop me. I don't care what my body is going through. Nothing that you guys are saying and doing to try to come against me has worked. It has only made me stronger and wiser. So do what you want to do. I don't care. You want to talk about me? Talk about me. I don't care. That's a reflection of the unhealed parts of you. You will get your karma for that. And my ancestors are going to defend me. They're going to protect me. I don't have to do nothing to you. But when it's all said and done, ask yourself, could you go through half the shit I've been through and be as strong as me? I don't think you could. And if you have not participated in the satanic rituals, why are you so preoccupied with trying to stop me from talking about it? And why aren't you talking about it? Why are so many people that were at these freak offs avoiding the subject? There's a reason for that. So it's the Most High God exposing all of this. People like me, what's the girl's name? Charisma Speak, content creators who are looking into this shit, it's because we know that what the mainstream media is putting out there ain't true. Because we do have wisdom to know not to just believe what mainstream media puts out there. I've been a deep diver and a researcher since I was 11 years old. What y'all witness me do on my lives, I've been doing that since I was a kid. Because if I want to know the truth, I'm going to find out. I'm going to find it. I'm not going to just go off of someone's word. So I'm going to keep doing what the Most High God told me to do. I'm eliminating distractions. I don't want toxic energy in my life. I don't want toxic energy on my channel. And I don't want toxic people on my channel. If you want to engage in toxicity and you want to engage with drama and all that, there are so many other platforms where you can go and do that. This is not one of them. And please, for the love of God, people, stop sending me links to these people's channels where they're talking shit. I don't care. If it can help me sue them, I care about that. But if it's just them gossiping, I don't care. And please consider that that is not helpful with what I'm dealing with currently in real life. There's nothing positive or uplifting about that. That's just like adding stress that I definitely don't need. So I need, the D's peeps that are saying you're doing it because you're looking out for me. I really need y'all to consider my perspective. That's not helpful at all because it's negative. So please don't bring me any more negativity. If anything, send prayers, send encouragement. If you can't donate, that's fine. Just send positive energy. But don't send me drama because now I'm going to look at you sideways of why you keep doing that. I hope y'all understand, man, for real. I really do. Because, I want to keep things where healing is the focus and not all this distractionary shit. That's all it is. It's a way to get everyone distracted. That's why I blocked those girls that came over from Ralph's channel, that vampire goddess and that what was her name, Sassy Paws chick, because they just kept flooding the chat with negative distractions the same way Murph did. No, you're not gonna do that shit on my channel. In fact, I've never even gone over to Ralph's channel and participated in not one of his lives. So when I see people doing stuff like that, I know that you have some sort of nefarious motive and you got to go. I love in the chat when I see y'all engage with each other and you're, showing each other love and positive. That's what it's about over here. And how I choose to address people that are being fake or trying to start drama, that's my prerogative because it's my channel. Soul Sounds said, or no, Neptune Pisces said at Soul Sounds, the one from the UK that had the picture of her dog. Yeah, that's Dee Dee. Soul Sounds Said, I think Dee Dee was going through something else in her personal life. And when you got upset about Peeps being on Stone's Live, I think that may have really upset her. But I know I have to disagree with you, Soul Sounds. If she had my back, she wouldn't have continued to support him. That's what I need y'all to understand. People who are true supporters don't support other content creators that they know disrespect you. And even if she had something going on in her life, that's not an excuse to be fake. So I have to disagree with you there. Soul Sound said, I don't remember her saying that in the chat. She was saying things like, I don't know what to do. And I'm like, email me right now. And she never did, but I never saw her say she was going to kill herself. Well, like I said, I'm going to watch the replay because Cody told me that she had pills and alcohol and that she knew how many pills to take. So if that really did happen, then yeah, that was for attention. And that's not cool at all. Not at all. Andrew, good to see you, my love. Good to see you. And I do hope she's okay, but at the end of the day, I'm gonna be honest, I don't believe that she was in when people do things like that to get attention, that's what it's about. It's about them wanting attention. It's not about them genuinely needing help. And I'll be honest, people that genuinely are suicidal, they don't do that. They just attempt. So if and I would have felt it spiritually. If that was really what was going on, then that definitely would have been taken serious. But no, it's not like to be in my chat talking about you're suicidal, but you can be on everybody else's platform, happy go lucky, being lovey dovey. That just, I'm sorry, that's some bullshit. I'm gonna call it for what it is. That's bullshit. Because if you're in that deep of a depression, when I fell into that depression after the events that happened on February 9th, I withdrew from everybody. I wasn't in nobody's chat. I wasn't on nobody's live. I cut everybody off because that's how depressed I was. And I felt like I just wanted to give up on life and I didn't want to try anymore. And I'm just tired and I don't want to fuck with nobody and just leave me the hell alone. And I had to do that in order to pull myself out of that depressive state. I wasn't still engaging on multiple people's platforms being lovey-dovey. No, when you're really dealing with depression, you're in depression. So that's something I do take serious. I watched my mom try to take her life. That's why I did what I did with RC 117. I was hesitant to let him have access to me, but I said, hey, I want to make sure he's okay because he kept presenting himself as this person who had, suicide issues and mental health issues and depression issues. And I'm trying to uplift you and, get you out of that state when technically that's your job to pull yourself out of that. But I was so concerned. I was more concerned about his mental health than my own. And the shit happened to me. Only to later find out that was all game. That whole shit was nothing but a game. So you have to forgive me if I'm seeing the same pattern of behavior with another person who turned out to be two-faced. Because literally, Dee Dee was in the chat while we were on Rumble saying she had just unsubscribed from Stone and she canceled her membership and she wasn't going to support him now that she knew what he did to me. And that very night, she was in his chat. Because I saw it. I was told about it. I went and looked to verify it, and the person that told me was right. She was in the chat saying how much she loved him, and you just was over here on my channel saying how you wasn't going to support him no more. So to me, you're two-faced. That's the very definition of two-faced because you're playing both sides. So let me go ahead and make a choice for you. Stay over there and don't come back over here. Period. I don't do that fake ass shit. Support who you want to support, but stay over there on their platform. I don't want you over here being fake because I'm going to call you out for being fake. Or I'm going to just block you. So that's just how I see it. That's my opinion of it. All that extra, looking for attention shit, man, go do that on somebody else's platform. Chelsea said, hell, I was one of Jag's, but I had to make that decision of what was right. I decided to still support your channel, D. I need healing, not the constant negative energy from Jag and other CCs. Thank you. And I support you acknowledging that. I appreciate you supporting me. That's what I'm talking about. People come here for healing. We're not over here doing like the way that Jaguar and Maggie would sit up and trash CCs at like 5 and 6 o'clock in the morning, and then would get mad at me because I had just ended my live and I didn't want to join in their negative conversation. There's so much shit y'all don't know that went on behind closed doors. She would get upset with me a lot because I'm tired and I want to go to bed. But why don't you pop over to Maggie's? Nah, because all she's gonna do is talk about other content creators. It's 6 o'clock in the morning. Who wakes up being negative? Like, no, I don't want to participate in that. That's what led to her starting to act different towards me because I didn't want to participate in that. I'm not on that frequency. So therefore, I'm not going to join y'all on that low frequency. And I have every right to say no. Simple as that. Soul Sound said, I think you should go back and watch because she never blamed anything on you when I was online with her. I will go back and watch it. I'm just not going to do it tonight, but I will go back and watch it now that he told me that. Soul Sound says she did D way wrong. Thank you. Andrew, thank you. Good to see you. We got a positive thing going on with D. So family, we don't need all that other crap. Thank you, Andrew. That's all I'm saying. Let's keep it about frequency and manifestation. If people are going to talk shit, oh well, let them. If it'll help me sue them, that's the only time I want to hear about it. And I need a timestamp of when they said it and what they said to have evidence so I can go record it and use that shit in court. Other than that, I really don't care. I really don't. Andrew said, bottom line, we are positive on Just Eat. Thank you for sure. Andrew, well, do you know I'm real? I've been here long. I know you are. I know you are. I know you're real. And I appreciate you. Slow Sun said, I don't want anything but healing and positivity for you because that's what you give to us. Okay, thank you, my love. Appreciate you, Soul Sounds. Andrew said, D, I feel they've been finding you because of how you've been speaking out against all that stuff. Thing is, they don't get is you have the power of the Most High God. Keep standing. You got this. Thank you, Andrew. I really appreciate that. Because, and it's 222 on the live time. Thank you, ancestors, for that. If I were to start getting all in my feelings about everything, all I will end up doing is blocking the manifestations that I've been praying for and calling in. And that truly is what people on a lower frequency want. They don't want to see someone who is spiritually powerful actually achieve their goals. They want to do everything they can to try to stop that. And I'm not going to allow that. I have a choice. Energy is currency. I have a choice where I spend my energy currency, and I choose not to spend it on that. I would much rather focus on manifestation, healing, raising the vibration, showing other people, like today with the young lady, showing her how to literally start practicing combating the negative thoughts about how things aren't going to work out and replace that with a positive affirmation. Instead of saying, I don't have enough money to pay for this, I switch it to, I'm manifesting the resources I need to take care of everything I need to take care of. And I'm in expectation of that to manifest for me. And as long as I keep putting that vibration out, that is what I'm going to receive. But if I get caught up in all this other drama, then I'm just going to attract more of that into my life. And I don't want that at all. I love peace. Peace is my priority. But don't get it twisted. The reason I address things the way I address them is because people tend to think that when you are kind, that you're weak and you're easily to manipulate and take advantage of. That's why when people do betray me or, do some like defamatory, slanderous shit, that's why I have to address them raw and unfiltered, so that I am not the 2, 3, or the 4, but I am the one that will check your ass and leave you right where you had me fucked up. And I'm gonna leave you. I'm not gonna keep engaging with you. I'm gonna leave you the fuck alone completely. And I don't care how many times you apologize, I'm not gonna invite you back into my life because now I don't trust you. I forgive you, but I'll never trust you again. Once you break my trust, there's no fixing that. It's broken. It's done. So when people were saying lies, talking about, I feel like, especially on that live with the Fish King Primate, I feel like if Jaguar were to let her come, what do you mean let me? I left her. I left her and that whole fake ass soul vibe tribe the fuck alone. I walked away from all of them. And I have not tried to reconnect since, but y'all have witnessed them try to reconnect with me. You know why? They missed the healing that they got on this platform. They missed the love and support that I consistently gave when I didn't have to do it. Because I don't lower my frequency to theirs. Because I do keep my frequency high and I do stay focused on positive affirmations and teaching about that while also exposing the truth. And then we have rows where we laugh and we kiki. I'd rather laugh at people and make fun of them than argue and go back and forth with them. No Scorpio that's evolved wants to argue with anybody. We'll just cut you off. I'll just cut you the fuck off. Especially if I know you are dedicated to misunderstanding or not hearing me. The conversation's not going to go anywhere, so let's just be done with it. Wish you the best, but I'm not going to fuck with you again. That's real scorpionic energy. So I just, I needed to address those few things because, like I said, I will go back and watch that live, especially after Cody did tell me that, because I never knew that happened until yesterday. And I want you guys to remember that when trolls come into the chat, when trolls come to the channel and they come and start trying to get y'all riled up, please peep game and know that these people are being sent to create negative distractions so that you won't focus on what I'm presenting. Also, remember that they always do that when I'm bringing up the satanic ritual calendar. Have y'all noticed that? Every time one of these new supporters from somebody else's channel come in the chat, they always make sure to do it when I'm exposing the calendar. That's how I know they're being sent to do this shit. So I want you guys to use wisdom to know, don't engage, don't react, don't respond, pay them dust the same way you see me paying them dust. Y'all see, I don't even acknowledge them anymore. I take the screenshot, I report their channel, I report their comment, I block them, and I keep it pushing. That's how you maintain your power. You don't give it to them. You starve them of it and let them be in their misery and leave them there. I say all the time, I'm gonna leave you right where you had me fucked up. So let people talk. If they're being disrespectful, let me know. If it's like super offensive, if it's slanderous or defamatory, or they're putting out lies about me or my channel, let me know about that. But the constant sending me YouTube links to go watch this live and go watch that live and go watch this video and this person said, I don't care. Let them people talk. Hell. All they're doing is invoking my ancestors, and then when shit in their life starts being real fucked up, well, you attracted that. Meanwhile, I am focused on attracting new opportunities, healing, and abundance and manifestations. That's my focus, not all this drama. And so I want you guys to remember that. Again, what you focus on, you give your power to. So I'm going to give my power to maintaining having faith, moving forward, and continuing my investigations and exposing it. I'm still trying to get a hold of the Alabama Department of Justice to find out how I can get a copy of Angie Stone's police report, because the autopsy does have some ambiguity, and I want to get some clarity on things. Really, outside of the autopsy report and police report, there's not really a whole lot more of investigation that can be done unless people like her children come forward and start speaking out. Because it's quite a few people that I've heard say that they believe Shayna, that Shayna lady, her indictment allegedly had something to do with Angie's demise. But then there's also people claiming that Vassal and Stone allegedly had something to do with it. So I mean, I don't. All of that is speculation. Until there's like evidence of that, it's all speculation. I want to find out, did Angie Stone actually die? And if she did it happen before the staged van accident? Or was she actually injured in that accident? Or was she taken out before the accident because of, the stories about there allegedly being gunshots before, the van flipped over or whatever? Those are things I want to know for myself. So that is something I'm still planning to continue investigating. But right now, I'm more focused on the trafficking accusations, not just about Diddy, definitely outside of him, because it's definitely going on besides just, allegedly with him. Um, Exposing more about Pizzagate, exposing more about all of these people, not just in the music industry, but in the entertainment industry as well, who are being accused, all these different police. Like that last documentary was really eye opening. The police officers involved, the government officials involved, all the people who are covering for each other. The more we expose it, the more we can take down that system. So, um, Andrew said, hope everything works out for you. Remember your D's. People got your back. Thank you, Andrew. I received that. And I do too. Like I said, I'm speaking into existence that I'll be able to manifest everything I need to take care of everything I need between today, tomorrow, and the following days. I'm speaking to existence that I will be able to get all of the medical procedures done I need to get done. I won't have to live with this anymore. And I'm going to be the successful woman that I've been destined to be. And I am not going to compromise my integrity to do so. I'm not going to sell my soul. I'm not selling my body. I'm not doing no illegal shit. Regards to people lying, calling me a scammer, I ain't doing none of that shit. I am way too talented and skilled to ever lower my frequency to any of those types of areas. And I'm also a chef, so if anything, I'm looking to get on my grind about a lot of stuff, and seeing what can I put together to promote, to, sell, like for catering services, what can I put together to promote different online types of services, from tech support to health and nutrition to spirituality, to doing the different techie things, not just like the tech support, but like I said, even with the avatars, like I'm actually being productive despite what my body's putting me through. Whereas these other people that are speaking negative, you don't see them producing anything new. So let them people be where they're at. I'm going to stay focused on what I want to manifest. I genuinely don't know if what I'll be honest. I don't believe the story that has been put out about Angie Stone. I don't. I don't believe any of it. I genuinely, in my heart and soul, believe that that woman was abducted and used in a satanic ritual. I really, really do. And I want to see if I can find the evidence and the proof to prove that. Because that alone would blow this whole entire case out the water if I could actually prove that she really was made part of a satanic ritual. And it would explain why everything surrounding her alleged death is so ambiguous and so confusing. And it would also expose that the calendar is right. So, they can try all they might, but they're not going to stop me from fulfilling God's will. And God's will for me is to expose the satanic agenda, help raise the vibration, bring healing and awareness and knowledge, and just continue to work on elevating your frequency. All of my energy right now has to go to that. All of my energy has to go to elevating my frequency for healing, for peace, and positive manifestation. Anything outside of that, I'm not giving my energy to it. I'm just not. So it doesn't mean that I don't care about y'all. It doesn't mean that I'm not concerned with, if you bring something to me. I'm just not concerned with the gossiping. And, I'm not going to confront everyone who gossips because that's what people do. I will confront content creators who myself and my entire platform supported. Oh, I will confront that because to me, it's the audacity when we all supported you and we didn't have to. There was no incentive for me to support Jaguar. There was no incentive for me to support Stone. There was no incentive for me to support Odell or Maggie or Natanya Rubin. None of them people paid me anything ever for anything. So it's like I did not have to support you. I could have stayed focused on my own channel. So it's the audacity for me that I took time out of my schedule, my day, and what I'm dealing with to constantly show you support just for you to end up being two-faced. And then not only being two-faced, you still talking shit. So go ahead and talk your shit. Stay in that low frequency if you want to. Block your own blessings and block your own manifestations. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to leave you right there. I'm going to let my ancestors handle every one of y'all. And I'm going to stay focused on what I want to manifest. That's what I'm going to do. Straight up. Jacqueline Brown said, I don't think that Angie Stone died. I don't either. I really don't. I think that she might still be being held somewhere. Andrew said, D, you got so much talent and a lot of things, super smart and so real. Wish more people would be like you. Thank you, my good brother. I appreciate you and I receive that. Chelsea said, I believe that Angie was sacrificed. I don't believe that she died in a car crash. I don't either. I really believe they abducted her because that's why they would come back and get her phone and her purse and her tablet and her laptop and shit. Like the way they did that shit, it definitely is giving allegedly assassination. Because again, how were the feds there before the EMT? Why were the feds there collecting her device and her personal items if no one knew she had died? It's like they tried to hide the evidence immediately of any sort of foul play. And the fact that there were people in the van that said that her body was allegedly missing for like 4 to 6 hours. But yet I thought y'all also said that y'all were all rushed to the hospital. So again, it's so many different stories, in my opinion, that I feel have been intentionally put out there to cause confusion. Because after so long, when a topic is no longer trending, most people don't care anymore. Oh no, I care because I want to know if what I was shown in the 5D from Angie is true. Because what she showed me is a lot of these very people that have had my name in their mouth were a part of that shit. They were allegedly a part of the sacrifice. And not just what happened this year. Back in the day, she showed me how these people collectively were participating in satanic rituals. And that might just be why they're targeting my channel. Because they know that shit. And they're afraid that they're going to get exposed. When I said in 2024 that 2025 was going to be the year of exposure, that God was going to start pulling the cover off of people who have been hiding behind the so-called elite. Even the elite die. They're human. They're not eternal. So you can only hide behind that machine, as you guys call it. You can only hide behind that machine for so long. But you can never hide from God. And the true chosen want this shit exposed because we want it to stop. I don't want to think about another baby, a toddler, or a child being raped, molested, and sacrificed. That documentary talking about they were pissing and shitting on children and making the kids eat the piss and shit. That's disgusting. And if you have children or even nieces and nephews like I do, you will care about trying to help stop this shit. You won't be trying to create so many distractions from it. You will be participating in investigating to figure out how we can stop it. Who all is involved? How can we get them arrested? Even if it is police and government officials, bring them down. Let's figure out a way to stop this disgusting Kabbalic system, this satanic agenda, and let's help these people heal. That's what it should be about. Not content creators arguing and going back and forth on fucking YouTube. Especially when y'all are all older than me. Y'all got, some of y'all got kids and grandkids. You not concerned? What if they came for one of your kids or grandkids? I think you'd be more concerned then. So it baffles me that people who have children don't care. There's a reason for that. Angie said, Chelsea, I think it was done because she was about to speak out and get more money. That's absolutely why it was done. She was producing a tell-all documentary after calling out UMG, which again, that's who Vassal worked for. And Vassal was put on by Clive. And how after her death, her catalog went up, what was it, 13,000% in sales? Nobody has still said who got all that money. It doesn't seem like her kids did. And why in the world would her daughter and the Shayna lady allegedly be contacting the life insurance company the day after she's pronounced dead to find out about payouts? That's suspect as hell if that's true. And quite a few other content creators have been putting that out there on YouTube. So if that is true, and the last conversation Angie Stone had was with Clive, and Vassal was put on by Clive, and Angie hired Vassal and Stone, then yeah, it kind of is it ain't looking good for them. It's not. That's real suspect. The last motherfucker she talked to was Clive, and the next morning she's pronounced dead. That don't look good at all. Not for any of them. So I want to know the truth. I don't want to know what people are trying to spin a narrative of. I want to know what really happened, who all was involved, how deep does this shit go, and how can we stop somebody else from this happening to? Because why is it that specifically these Black women that were set to expose the industry all ended up dead? Whitney Houston, Kim Porter, Kathy White, Bobby Christina, and now Angie Stone. All of them connected to Clive, all of them connected to Diddy, all of them connected to Jay-Z. Every one of them. Not a coincidence. Not at all. Jacqueline Brown said, just as I didn't believe about that actress that was with Ellen, and they had her in the body bag and she raised up out of the body bag. Right. Just like when they carried Aaliyah's lifeless body onto that plane that they knew was faulty. She was getting ready to expose shit too. So was Pac. So was Heavy D. So was Left Eye. They were all exposing the industry. They're all gone. And they were all a part of the industry. So clearly it creates this, image that if you are in the industry and you try to expose it, they're going to get rid of you. And I love music. Lord knows I do. It's my first love. Of course, I want to be a successful artist and businesswoman, but I'm never going to sell my soul or trade my integrity to do so. And I'm not going to be a part of a system and sit back and be silent while witnessing people being abused. And a lot of people in the industry have and are still doing that. They may not, speak out against it, but they're silently witnessing it and not doing anything. Like the people said on those documentaries, why have so many people who have known about these kids being trafficked not done anything about it? Well, because 90% of them, actually 95% of them were involved or they knew about it. And they don't want to say things because they don't want nothing to happen to them. So it's not about helping the kids get rescued. It's, I don't want nothing to happen to me, so I'm gonna just not say nothing. I don't want to lose my career, so I'm gonna just not say anything. Like I think about all the times that Stone was telling me when I was, because every time I would schedule my live, I would share the link to him. In the lives where I was mentioning Clive specifically, like the one where I put on there Stone Paxton exposing Clive Davis in the music industry, he immediately DM'd me and was like, please take my name out of that. I don't want my name associated with Clive being exposed. Either that or take, Clive's name out. And I knew right then and there, okay, that means he's still very much connected to Clive. And he doesn't want anything affecting his career. And I even told him that. I messaged him back. I said, I get it, because I know you're still a part of the industry. But yeah, I am investigating him. So it's not like he didn't know that. You knew that the whole time you were DMing me and building that fake ass. I don't want to call it relationship because people already been lying about that. But that fake ass connection. And people will, build a connection with you to get information from you. I've never been secretive about investigating Clive Davis, Jay-Z, and Diddy. It's very much on all of my social media and my YouTube channel. And I understand that there are some people that are more hesitant to collaborate with me because they're afraid of how it may affect their connections in the industry. I personally don't care. Cause yeah, I want to be an artist and I want to make it, but I cannot not do what God told me to do to try to make it in an industry that's already questionable. If I'm going to be a part of the music industry, I'm not going to collaborate with any sort of artists, producers, musicians that support Jay-Z, Diddy, or Clive. I'm just not going to do it. So if people feel like they're more hesitant to connect with me, then that means we're not on the same frequency. The people who respect me, like there are people in the industry right here in Houston that respect me for speaking out against this shit because either it's happened to them or they've known someone it's happened to. So again, God intentionally allowed what happened with Jaguar in February. Obviously, clearly what happened with Stone. There was a reason that I wasn't supposed to collaborate with them. Because them people are so tied to all these people who are being accused. And how can I, as a person who's been investigating them for years, how can I now, collaborate with people who support people who are being accused of being predators? A real advocate's not going to do that. You're not going to align yourself with people who support alleged predators and rapists, especially when you're trying to help people heal. So it's like, it's not making it in the industry is not more important than me fulfilling my spiritual purpose. And if for any reason tomorrow I'm not meant to go to be a part of that video shoot, God will reveal that to me. But as far as I'm concerned, if God opened up the door, then it must be meant for me to go. So all I can do is focus my frequency on manifesting the resources I need to be able to go. And that is why when I went to the casting call and they asked me, how did I find out about it? I was like, well, Flip and Corey with the Keys saw it on their Instagram. I've been supporting Flip since I first met him almost 2 years ago because he's high vibrational. He talks about God every time he performs. He talks about not selling your soul. He jokes about it. He says we don't sell our souls or booty holes, but he's very serious about that. They're not with that selling your soul shit. So if I'm going to work with anyone in the industry, of course I want it to be him and Up Above Entertainment and the people that are connected to them because they're not on that bullshit. So, I'm not like, people just be making assumptions. You should have tried to get with, for what? Why would I want to get with Stone and Meech when I'm going to be honest, I ain't never heard of them. I haven't. That's not me being shady. That's me being honest. I even told Stone that when we first were connecting. I was like, well, if people are coming to you, saying negative things about me, I said, I want you to remember something. If I was a troll, Stone, I would have came and found you. You sought me out. I never heard of you. I was like, no disrespect. I'm just being honest. I never heard of you, sir. So why would you even want to listen to a troll talking about I'm trolling off of you when you came to me? Just like Jaguar came to me. Jaguar came to my channel. I didn't go to her channel and troll her. So how can a person clout chase off of someone they didn't even fucking know existed? You say you're a legend in the music industry, but I've never heard of you. Never heard of a Sal. Never heard of Meech. Heard of Meech's son because of the Pac movie, but I don't know these people from the music industry. That's all I'm saying. With Flip, everybody knows him. Internationally, everybody knows him. And the one thing I can tell you I know about Flip, he's not with this type of bullshit either. He doesn't do drama. He don't be on YouTube bashing women. Everything about him is consistent with business and giving back to the community. Everything. And him always putting God first and promoting putting God first. So there are people in this industry that are not with the satanic agenda. Those are the only people I would ever want to align myself with. Everybody else, I'm good. Simple as that. So I want to keep things focused on, let's stay focused on what matters. Let's stay focused. If you are going through a challenging time, take it as a test of your faith. It was in James. I think it's James. It's either James chapter 2 or James chapter 4. My brethren, count it all joy when you fall into diverse temptations, knowing that the trying of your faith worketh patience. So let patience have her perfect work. That is literally my real life right now. Because a temptation is not about sex. A temptation is I could choose to do all of that shit. I could choose to compromise my integrity. I could choose to go out here and get back into, the BDSM world and get paid to be a dom and all that. Even though I never did it before, I know I could do it now. Because I constantly get invited from old people that I'm not even any longer connected with, like people I have literally blocked on Instagram and Facebook from those environments I was involved in, back in 2013 and 2014. These people then found me and emailed me. We remember how, back in the day, that was back in the day. Clearly, I'm not in that lifestyle no more. And I don't know why y'all keep trying to pull me back into it. When you can see on every platform that that's not what I'm about. So yeah, I could change my whole situation if I decide to go out here and get me a couple of these rich, rich dudes out here that want to pay you to lock them up in kennels or pay you to punch their balls and shit. I could easily do that. That's not what I'm about anymore. So if I have to go through a temporary uncomfortable period, as long as I'm fulfilling what the Most High God told me to do, that's all that matters. And everything I need comes to me with ease. That's literally a mantra that I created. Everything I need comes to me with ease. And the more I put that out to the universe, it's going to start coming. I'm going to start receiving that because that's the vibration I'm putting out to the universe. It's easy for me to manifest the money I need to pay for my room, to pay for my food, to pay for more gloves and wipes and medical supplies. It's easy for me to manifest the money I need to go to this event. It's easy for me to manifest the money I need to get my health taken care of. Now, does that mean I have the money today right now? Absolutely not. But that's what I believe because that's what I know I deserve. So no, I'm not going to give in to woe is me. Why is all this happening to me? No, what do you want me to learn from this challenge and this test that you're presenting me? Show me how I can pass this. You know how I pass the test? Knowing that I deserve it and believing that it can happen at any moment. A miracle can happen like that. Them calling me back, I wasn't expecting. So I told the Most High God in my answers, I said, I need y'all to assist me, just like on the You Are the Creator's mantra. All my needs are met. That's why I played it at the beginning of the live. All my needs are met. I am always provided for. I'm always taken care of. Things somehow always work out for me. Thank you for my help. Thank you for my assistance. Thank you for my provision. Those are mantras. I don't have to see how the money's coming. I don't have to see how, the doors are going to open for me to get my health taken care of. I only have to believe and know that it's going to happen. And as long as that is what I focus my energy on, the universe has to give that to me. And that is what I taught that young lady that I was speaking to earlier today. And I'm grateful that I had an opportunity to be able to be that example to her. Andrew said, Purple Flower, left eye was friends with Pac from what I know. Oh, wait, I missed some comments. Hold on. Let me go back up. Andrew said, Kim Porter, they have video of some guy in all black and ski mask leaving her house. Neptune, even Michael Jackson. Yep, him too, because Michael was exposing the industry. And the next thing you know, he did the This Is It album and then he was out of here. And Prince too, my favorite artist. Purple Flower said, Lisa Left Eye Lopez, right. Jacqueline Brown said, Ellen is involved with Diddy and the actress. And then the dancer that was on Ellen's show, and he ended up dead, saying that he took his own life. Oh, they do that all the time. Yeah, they'll stage a suicide. Hell, remember that video with the voicemails that Jaguar left Goomba, where she talked about how they were, going to stage Goomba doing a murder suicide allegedly. Crazy. Andrew said, "Yeah, I was on the first night. Jack came on the Just D show. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you. I really do appreciate that." Jacqueline said, yes, his name was Switch Boss, and they made him write a letter and then said that he shot himself. That's what I mean. When people are deep in that part of the industry and they align, and I don't think people realize that when you make a blood oath to Baphomet and to those deities, they own your soul. Like the industry, that's more of a cover, but just like with Jonathan Hay, when he talked about how Jay-Z had that huge Baphomet statue at a party. There's a reason the people in the industry are worshiping these deities. And there's a reason that so many people in the industry don't want to talk about it. Because a lot of these people are afraid of the very people who I've been investigating and exposing for well over a decade. Because I'm getting people to wake up. Stop believing everything mainstream media tells you. Like majority of the shit mainstream media puts out there is bullshit. It is lies to distract you. So me personally, I've always been a deep diver since I was that kid going to the library. Just like how y'all see me pull up all these different web pages to research, I would come home with so many different books. Researching about the Illuminati, researching about Freemasonry, researching about Hollywood and the music industry, because that was in my teenage years where I wanted to actually be a part of the music industry. And I remember one of the ministers teaching during Sunday school how evil the music industry was. And they were like, if you are even considering, of course in church they call it worldly music. They're like, you need to know what they really do. They really be doing satanic rituals. Like, again, I grew up hearing this in like the 90s. And then all the underground rap artists that would be on VH1 or MTV, the late night shows, they would be talking about it. How they witnessed people doing satanic rituals and satanic sexual rituals, and all the men that talk about how they kept getting propositioned to have to bend over to make it, or to have to get on their knees to make it, and how they weren't willing to do that, which is why they didn't make it. So it's not a conspiracy theory. It's some real shit that's been going on for a long time. And they want to, if they can keep the world ignorant, they can keep it going. If they can, stop people from exposing them, they can keep recruiting, especially kids. That video where Nora said that she had been getting invited to cave parties at 10 years old. Why would a 10-year-old be invited to a party inside of a cave underground? She said there's a whole community of underground rave parties and cave parties, and they even invited me just because I'm Kanye's daughter. She's 10. I got a niece that's 11. That would be like them inviting my baby niece. Like, on what planet does an adult invite a child to something like that? On what planet does a parent let the child go? That's not normal at all. And these kids who don't know what's really going on, they'll think like, oh, it's cool. Trying to be fast ass, trying to be grown. And then next thing you know, you never hear from the child again. They're on a fucking milk carton, or at least back in my day, that's what they did. Now it's just on Amber Alerts. But back in the day, you always would see a missing child. Remember that? Those of y'all that are my age, do y'all remember when you were a kid or a teenager seeing missing children on the back of milk carts at the store? Or bulletin boards at the grocery store full of newspaper clippings of missing children? I never understood that as a kid. Like, why are so many kids getting abducted and kidnapped? Now I know why. And if I wouldn't have gone into that deep dive, obsessive research about satanic ritual abuse and SRA after being raped and told to be silent, I would have never found that calendar. That's how I found it. I was literally researching SRA and it popped up. And I was like, what the fuck? This is a calendar of satanic rituals? Are you serious? And how is it that everything is lining up if it's such a conspiracy theory? That proves it's not a conspiracy theory. So now we have to get evidence of satanic rituals. And the only way we're going to get that is if people who have participated actually come forward, instead of everyone covering for each other out of fear that they're going to go to jail. Let me tell you something. If you participated in that shit, like I said, I don't care how many years ago it was, you deserve to go to jail. All of y'all deserve to be at MDC with Diddy's ass. Every last one of y'all. And it's just a matter of time before that shit happens. It's a lot of people that are currently being investigated as we speak. I want y'all that have been on my channel since last year. If y'all remember at the end of 2024, when I started naming off the people that were going to be investigated, please put a Y in the chat. Do y'all remember when I said that Rayford, aka Ray J, and Brandy were going to be investigated? And now Ray J done been subpoenaed. If y'all remember that, please just put a Y in the chat. Andrew said a lot of them really worship the devil, sell their souls. Oh, they absolutely do. They absolutely do. Andrew said milk kids back in the day. Yeah. Because they're being, like the calendar said, abduction, what does it say? Abduction and ceremonial preparation for sacrificial victim. Yeah, they've been doing this shit. This is nothing new. It's just that now it's finally being brought to court. And I really am praying that this court shit is legit and not just some stage distraction. Because after watching that last Pizzagate documentary and then hearing the shit Jaguar said to Goomba about Nicki and the kids, and then watching Diddy at his white party encouraging the children to stay, it's like, damn, how many of y'all really are involved in this shit, bro? Like, how deep does this rabbit hole really go? And is this case legitimately going to bring justice, or is this case a distraction from focusing on exposing it? Because it's more than just Cassie that needs justice. It's a lot of children that need to be rescued even today. And it's a lot of those victims that are now adults that are accusing that when they allegedly got sexually assaulted, that they were kids. How many of us in the chat right now were molested or raped as children? This is too fucking common. And it's time for the whore in Babylon to fall. And the whore in Babylon is this entire elite system that's interconnecting entertainment, politics, government, military, education, religion. When I tell y'all that Babylon is falling and London Bridge is falling down, that's what I mean. It's the entire system that God is about to wipe out. Just because his planet belongs to the fallen doesn't mean that the Most High God is not displeased with all of the satanic worship and all the other deities, all the other gods that human beings who are in a low vibration have chosen to worship. Andrew and Chelsea both said why. I said it last year. Thank you for the whys confirming. I said it's going to be Jay-Z and Beyonce investigated and arrested eventually. Diddy for sure. Drake. Ray J and Brandy. Jennifer Lopez. Oprah. Ellen. Rick Ross. Will and Jada. Ashton and Mila. And look, everything I told y'all, these people have either stepped down from their companies, left the country, or gone silent. Ray J did all that free Diddy bullshit thinking that was somehow going to spare him, and all it did was bring more attention to him, and now he's trying to run out the country after getting subpoenaed to come to court and testify. Also, after admitting that he aided and abetted in the sexual assault of men and women with Suge Knight, while trying to call him out for allegedly being a rapist. So again, it's God doing this. We're just the messengers and the truth seekers. It's the Most High God doing this because it's time for this to stop. And that pyramid is getting flipped. The last shall be first, the first shall be last. The wealth of the wicked is laid up for the righteous. That's not just money. That's victory. That's justice. Finally, the righteous will inherit. The weak shall inherit the earth. The true chosen, we're on top. They fall. We rise. That's what it's about. All this other distractionary shit on YouTube, I don't give no fucks about it. I care about investigating and exposing and healing. Let's figure out who's involved. Let's get them held accountable. And let's rescue those who are still being abused. Let's try whatever we got to do to find them forever freedom. I'm speaking that into existence every day. I don't care what I'm going through. That's important to me as a female who was molested for over 3 years as a child. That's important to me as a female who lived with children that were being rescued from the foster system and CPS that were telling me how they had been molested, raped, and trafficked in the 90s. It's important to me. When I think about every one of my nieces and nephews and my future children, it's important to me that we have a world where molesters and rapists and sex traffickers don't exist anymore. Let children be children. My God, grown men raping babies is disgusting. Children prostitutes, are you serious? Why is this? It just seems like this is so normal and accepted when this is ridiculous. And it's time to put a stop to it. And God's doing just that. Neptune Pisces said, I have a question, D. Do you ever worry about some of your favorite celebrities getting exposed? Because I'm sort of worried about a few of my faves. I'm going to be honest with you, no, because I don't have any favorite celebrities anymore. There's people I support, but after going through all this shit these past few years and me seeing it for what it is, I don't have any favorite celebrities anymore. I really don't put past anyone who's a celebrity that they may or may not be involved unless they've proven that they're not about that life. And to be honest, because I've been around celebrities, I don't get like starstruck. And I still look at them as people. Now, if people that I support turn out to be involved, I'll no longer support them. I'll be disappointed, but I won't be like worried about, oh, who's going to get exposed. I want everybody exposed who was involved in that shit. No, I know what you mean about the satanic worship and freak offs. Yeah, if I were to find out, like for instance, I support Flip. If I were to find out that he was involved in that shit, I just wouldn't support him anymore. Just like with Jaguar, when everybody kept saying how she was full of shit and how, when we were aligned, I kept telling y'all, until I see proof and evidence, I'm going to support her. But once I see proof and evidence, I'm not going to fuck with her no more. Did I or did I not keep to what the fuck I said last year? When all them trolls was coming in the chat and in the comments talking about Jaguar's full of shit and she's going to be, okay, well, if she is, God. And remember, y'all, I even said that shit about Stone. When some of y'all were concerned about whether or not he for real supported me, I said the same thing. Until I see proof, I'm going to go with it. But once I see proof, I'm not fucking with them no more. And I have stood by exactly what I said. So anybody else who I support that's a part of any part of the industry, there's actors and actresses that I support. I support Silena Johnson. I support Viola Davis. I support Whoopi Goldberg. I support Just Hilarious. I support Country Wayne. I support Zaytoven. If I found out any of them people was involved in this shit, I wouldn't support them no more, and I would investigate and expose them too. Because at the end of the day, they're just people. They're people who are very well known and have been put in the spotlight, but they're still human beings, which means that they are not infallible. Which means they're capable of having been involved. So no, I don't worry about who might get exposed. I hope that the people I support are not a part of it. And the way my discernment is set up, even people coming in supporting me on my platform doesn't, and just because I initially support them back doesn't mean that I don't put it past them that they could be full of shit. I'm literally waiting for them to expose themselves if they are. And family, have we not seen that be what has happened? The two best examples of that is Jaguar Wright and Stone Paxton. Because they both came in the same exact way. Loving, positive, supportive, uplifting, until behavior started being inconsistent and started contradicting. And I'm starting to peep game. And I'm like, okay, I'm not going to call them out. I'm going to sit back and see if they hang themselves. And every single time they do. So now that I know how to move with you. Cool. Moving on. Anybody else I support? Yo, if I find out they're a part of this shit, I'm not going to fuck with it no more. I can't. No, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. You said disappointed. But no, the reason why I'm not concerned with that, I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I expect it. Now, some might say that's a cynical way of looking at it. Not really. I know when it comes to this industry what it's really about. Was I disappointed when Jaguar proved the premonitions I had about her being fucked up right? Absolutely. Because I really wanted to have that sisterhood. I genuinely wanted that at that time. But there were a lot of things that were leading up to me pulling my energy back, which I was already doing. Like I said, the whole shit with, every morning her and Maggie sitting up. I was like, and then I'm in the family chat. I'm bringing high vibrational memes. I'm sharing, positive things, and they just want to keep gossiping and talking shit about people. I was like, man, I can't fuck with this no more. I knew it then, way before February 9th. I knew it then. But I had a hope that maybe if I keep bringing the positive energy, they'll raise their frequency. They didn't. So God had to allow for that alignment to fall out of vibration. God had to allow February 9th to happen. I had to be hurt in order to release them because I would have continued trying to help them heal when really that's not my job. It's up to each individual one of us to choose healing for ourselves. I can pray for a person to heal till I'm blue in the face. If they never choose healing, they're not going to get it. And that's between them and God. That really has nothing to do with me unless I'm trying or not trying, unless I'm wanting to be connected to you. If I no longer want to be connected to you, then I don't care at that point what you choose. That's between you and God. But if we're supposed to be building a platform of family like energy and building a community, then yeah, I expect for your vibration and my vibration to line up together and to be in sync. And when we no longer vibrate on the same frequency, I have to release you even if I don't want to. That's why February 9th had to happen for everybody that kept saying she's supposed to be a psychic. How come she didn't see? Oh, baby, I saw a lot that I didn't tell y'all. A whole lot. And kept documentation of it. I saw when people's energy started shifting. I saw when Jaguar started going live at the same time I was going live. I saw when she stopped showing up in the chat, but old Musty was always showing up. I saw when Maggie never showed up to support, but she would always catch the replay. I saw the behavior. I saw the sometimey shit. I felt it. I'm an empath. I feel feelings. I'm a psychic clairvoyant. I hear your thoughts. I hear your conversations. I'm a telepath. You're not ever going to hide energy from me. But if I care about you and I have a hope that you will maybe raise your vibration, that's the loyalty of a Scorpio. If I feel like there is potential for you to heal and for the connection to be positive, I'm not going to kick you to the curb unless you make me do it by betraying me. So that's why February 9th had to happen. Otherwise, yeah, I would still be trying to support everybody's platform and promoting them and trying to get them to raise their frequency when that's their job to choose to do that. That's not my job to try to get you to raise your frequency. That's also a part of my healing I'm still working on doing shadow work on. That codependency, always trying to rescue and save everybody when I need to be rescuing and saving myself. Something I definitely am working through. That's why I kind of love the beauty of the Jupiter retrograde we've been in. Jupiter is one of my ruling planets as a Scorpio. Jupiter is a planet of death and rebirth. That's, we're the darker side. So you got to start facing your shadows. Start looking at what are you doing that's contributing to people treating you like shit because you keep trying to rescue people that don't want to be healed. So let them unhealed people go and focus on your own healing. Again, everything has a purpose. I really do fully understand now why every single thing in my life that has happened over the past couple of years has happened. It's all a part of the healing journey. And a lot of times lessons come disguised as betrayal. Lessons come disguised as people treating you like shit, leaving you hanging, using you, taking advantage of you, for you to sit there and realize, what is it about me that I kept holding on to these people that were clearly showing me that they didn't fuck with me? Heal that part of yourself. Don't get mad at them. Heal the part of you that allowed it and continue to hold on to them. That's the lesson. And then once you pass a lesson, that'll stop happening, because now you've seen it for what it is. You take accountability for your behavior that allowed it and kept, fucking with the people, and then stop. Self-love is the root of all of that. When you love yourself, you're not going to allow people to treat you like shit and then still be there for them. You're going to let them go, because the self-love you have for yourself won't allow you to let people keep treating you like shit. That's why people who have done this stuff, y'all see them coming over here trying to get attention. You don't see me on their platforms doing shit. It's because deep down inside, they know they fucked up. They know that the shit that they did was wrong. And at the end of the day, they know this is where they came for healing. Nobody else plays high vibrational music. Nobody else talks about frequency, manifestation. People keep trying to copy off of me, but again, you can't duplicate authenticity, and you for damn sure can't compete where you don't compare. And the fact that they're even doing that, copying everything because they're inspired, but they know they've been cut off, and there is no coming back with me. I can forgive you and do, but I will never let you back in, and I will never trust you again. You broke that. Once you broke that, there's no repairing it. I'm going to be honest with y'all. I would rather walk this journey alone than align with people who I know don't fully support me and we are not on the same frequency. If you are not about exposing this satanic agenda, in my opinion, it's because you're a part of it. And if you sit there and silently comply by not speaking out, you're just as guilty as the people doing it. All these people in these documentaries that said that these parents that not only knew but sold their fucking kids. So okay, the parent didn't abuse the child, but you gave your child over to be abused. So you're just as guilty as the perpetrator. And I feel like the parents need to be locked up too. Like, why was Usher's parents never investigated that they gave custody of their 10-year-old child to Diddy when Diddy was 21? And this man got on the Dirty Money video and bragged about how they used to wake up together. Why is a 21-year-old sleeping with a 10-year-old? I got 15 nieces and nephews. When they get to a certain age, you're not sleeping in the bed with me because you're too big. So it's just, the normalization of this behavior is because people have allowed it. And they've allowed it because they've been incentivized to do so. These parents that have given their children over, they were paid to do that shit. Just like with Rihanna's dad. How do you let your 15-year-old daughter travel the country to go meet a grown-ass man, and you don't send any protection with her? Not a brother, not nobody? That can be considered trafficking technically. She was a minor. She was 15. And if her and Jay-Z allegedly did do something sexual, that's statutory rape. But people who, like she said, her father was a drug addict. People like that, they don't care. Shit, I can get all this money and go out here and get fucked up. Yeah, you can go. You'll be all right. That's not cool at all. And then Usher allegedly getting groomed by Diddy and then bringing Justin Bieber to Diddy. Have y'all looked at Justin Bieber lately? That boy got so many demons on him, it don't make no sense. I be really praying for Justin, for real. They fucked him up bad. He ain't the only one. Katy Perry, Britney Spears, Justin Timberlake. There's so many. Busy Bone. So many people in this industry have tried to escape it, and they have either been taken out or further abused. That shouldn't be happening. So I'm going to do what the Most High God told me to do, no matter who likes it or dislikes it. And I'm not going to allow anyone to try to stop me or try to use what I'm going through against me in spiritual work. And you witches that keep doing the spell work, y'all stupid as hell. Do y'all know every time y'all do that, I am shown your coven? I mean, you haven't been able to stop me yet. I would think at some point you would be wise enough to just learn to stop, but I'm gonna let my ancestors handle every last one of y'all. There is a reason so many people interconnected, because like I said, it's bigger than music and entertainment. It's government, military, politics, church, education, all of that. There is a reason all these people are covering for one another. Like on that documentary where they were saying, police officers that were hired to investigate it were saying that they completed investigations even though they actually weren't. There's a reason for that. I had to cut that AC back on because it was getting too warm. That is the reason I keep doing all that scratching throat shit because there's stuff in there. But I'm serious. Like when they really broke that down and was like, the female that made the report about being raped and molested about the police officer doing it, then the police officer telling the government officials that he completed the investigation when he actually didn't. There were women doing that shit too. Then they found out later it's because they had been accused of also sexually assaulting minors. There again, people are only covering because they know that they are guilty. They're only covering because they're afraid of getting exposed themselves. And my thing is this, instead of being afraid of getting exposed, how about don't participate? How about that? How about don't be a part of the shit? Can we start there? Can y'all maybe just not participate in satanic sexual rituals? Then you don't have to worry about getting exposed? Can we think about these children as human beings and not objects to be sold and traded and kidnapped? The thing I don't understand about the whole sex trafficking is if all these people in high places know about it, who can stop it from the inside? And if you have the power to stop it, why haven't you? We're all on the outside looking in, trying to figure out a way to get in to stop it. There are people in this shit that know it's wrong. Like that guy on the documentary that started crying. He said they wanted me to participate in abusing children. And he started crying because they made him, even though he didn't do it, they made him watch. Just like what Jaguar said on the voicemail to Goomba. You better hope they don't rape her. Because they're going to rape her and the kids and the boy. And they're going to do it in front of you. They're going to make you watch. That's how they break your mind. Oh, you're not going to participate? Well, then we're going to make you watch somebody else do it. That's fucked up. So we have not only children being abducted and sacrificed, we have adults who don't want to participate being mentally MK ultra'd to witness the shit, to fuck them up, to silence them so that they won't say nothing. All so that they can appease their god, Baphomet, Moloch, Molech, Shiva, and all the other fucking disgusting deities that require child sacrifice. So if you are on the inside of this shit and you can stop it, you need to. I'm going to pursue everything I can to get forever freedom started. I don't care what my current circumstances are. That's all they are, circumstances. And circumstances can and will change. I'm speaking that into existence right now. And I want to hire people who have a background in being able to go underground and do investigations and know how to dig and, know stuff like strategic things on how to locate and find labyrinths and tunnels. And the fact that came up in Angie Stone's gematria. Y'all remember that where her gematria said labyrinth, child sacrifice, and then it said trillion back to back? Then I found that article that talked about how the underground sex trafficking is $1 trillion industry. I'm just realizing that the chat I've been overlooking. My bad, you guys. Andrew said, yeah, lots of these stars and stuff, really not good people. I know. Neptune Pisces, like if I found out Janet Jackson was a part, sadly, she probably was, I'd be disappointed because she always seemed like a nice and down to earth person. And I feel the same way. I'm going to be honest though, I just feel like spiritually that Janet wasn't directly involved. I think Janet was forced to witness things when it came to the allegations of their father allegedly sexually abusing all of them. I do think that. And I ain't gonna hold y'all. I've always felt like Joe allegedly molested her because she was the pretty successful one and she was always overly sexualized. Those are symptoms of being sexually abused. So I don't think, this is my opinion. I don't know this. I don't feel that Janet would have participated willingly and sacrificing someone, but I do think she has witnessed people being sacrificed. I do think that. And I do think that their father, the allegations from LaToya saying that he raped and molested all of them, I believe LaToya. I ain't gonna hold y'all. I do, because everything about Joe Jackson always made my skin crawl. Always. And those of us who were molested as kids or raped as adults, you feel that energy. You feel that predator shit in people. Even just his face always just looked evil as fuck. And he just always gave that energy that he would probably, essay one of them kids that they didn't sing or do what he wanted them to do. And I think that's why Michael was the way he is. I really do. So I hope she's not involved, but if I found out she was, I'd be disappointed but not surprised, to be honest. RJ, good to see you, family. Good to see you in the chat. I'm about to end it here. He said, you're absolutely right, fam, and everything you say, because if you're not a part of the solution, you are part of the problem, and it don't matter who you are. Thank you, 1,000%. 1,000%. Because again, like them people were saying in the documentary, how come so many people that knew didn't do anything? Fear or involvement. A lot of people do not, like, there's people that have secretly messaged me that they support me doing this investigation, but they can't publicly support me because, they still have certain dealings with people in the industry. I get that. But I also question why you would have any dealings with people in the industry if you knew and know or have information about this type of activity going on. That kind of speaks of your character. Um, RJ said, you're absolutely right. There are too many enablers and not enough people who are willing to stand up for what's right. And that's why those of us who are standing up for what's right are the ones that get targeted and ridiculed, and that they try to do the smear campaigns. That BJ lady that I found out about, that I started following, it comforted me to know that the very same things that people are doing to me and my channel, they've done to hers, and her shit has grown exponentially. She has like over 100,000 followers and subscribers because she is willing to stand up for what's right and expose this shit. So no, I'm not going to stop because people want me to. I'm not going to stop because people think that they can intimidate me on YouTube. Y'all can all kiss my black ass, but you don't got to tell me how the fuck it tastes. You're not going to stop me from exposing this shit because you're still a part of the fucking industry. Or like Jaguar, you want to get back in it. That don't make no sense whatsoever. Because you've been, quote unquote, ringing the alarm about Diddy and Jay-Z, especially on Stormisha Bussy Alize Jenkins' channel, when I found you in 2018. But now you want Angie Stone's residency from Stone and Meech. Now you want to, you enjoyed going to the Clive Davis party. You miss having people you know, dote on you, an industry that you've been speaking out against, that don't make no sense. That would be just like me going right now and trying to meet Clive Davis and have him sign me as an artist. That's exactly what the fuck that would be like. And ain't no fucking way I'm about to ever do that shit. I'll be an independent artist until the day I die before I do some shit like that. And still make it without the industry. Just like Country Wayne did. He made it without selling his soul and getting involved in all that shit. And he talked about it, how he said the Masons approached him and people approached him trying to get him to join, and he said no. There are people that you can be successful without having to go that route. You don't have to sell your soul. You don't have to sell your body. You don't have to be a whore to make it. Especially when you have talent, and especially when you have multiple talents such as I do. But I will not be intimidated. I will not be made to, we're going to come for your platform and I'm going to rebuild another one. And that's why I'm over here on Rumble. People really think I'm about to be scared. They're going to take down your channel. Okay, and I'll build another one. And y'all will follow me there. It's not a huge deal. I'm not going to stop exposing this shit. That's also why I'm developing my own website as well. To where don't nobody control that shit but me. It'll truly be uncensored. I have these different talents. So while I'm being made to be inside, and that's what I feel like, that's why God is also taking me through this medical journey. Because Lord knows I would be outside a lot, especially summertime. Well, outside when it's tolerable because of my heat intolerance. But I'm saying all to say this: God wants me exposing and investigating this shit and to remain focused on it. So I have to go through the medical challenges because that's how I'm able to stay focused on continuing to investigate. Because I know in the bottom of my heart and soul, there is a way we can stop this. I know there is. And it's just about, if enough of us, think about this, if enough of us come together, we can change this entire system and bring it down. Think about all the radicals over the years that you've heard about. Think about the Million Man March. Think about when we unify, how powerful we really are. Also think about these content creators that are attached to people in the industry that are working overtime to create distractions and negativity and drama and chaos. And it's being said that they're all being incentivized allegedly to do so. Every last one of them. And they're all connected to one another outside of YouTube. Not a coincidence. That's why God wouldn't let me stay connected to them. Because I'm not with that shit. And if y'all are, I don't want to be connected to you in no way, shape, or form about anything. Because I'm not going to let you distract or stop me from the mission I signed up for when I was in heaven. I signed up to do this, so I have to endure it. That's also why, even when things are difficult and challenging, I got to keep going because I did sign up for this. They did show me how it was going to be really hard and difficult for a long time. And then if I kept doing what God told me to do, everything was going to turn around like that. The earthly part is, that's just for when I'm having my earthly experience, but my soul is eternal. And my soul does not belong to Baphomet or any of these earthly deities. My soul belongs to the Most High God, source. And my soul is the most valuable thing I will ever have. Money perishes, houses get destroyed with natural disasters, cars get destroyed. Clothing, all these earthly things that people sell their souls for don't mean shit when you are on death's bed. It don't mean nothing. So for me, I thank God I didn't grow up in this industry. I thank God I didn't grow up super wealthy and superficial. I thank God I came from a single parent household where my mom worked 3 jobs, take care of 4 kids until she got remarried. I thank God I know what it's like to go without. That's what makes me so fucking real. I didn't grow up having a whole bunch of money. Yeah, we came into money. You know, my former stepdad, his the company he worked for, he had that union. He got that huge buyout. We went to Disney World. We got a brand new house. That was cool. But I didn't grow up like that. We grew up in the hood. My grandma was in the projects, the one that stayed right across the way from Malcolm X family. We didn't grow up like that. That's how come I can be so real. That's how come I don't give no fucks about that shit. Hell, even if I get with somebody who's in the industry, even if I get with somebody who's wealthy, I don't give a damn about your money. I care about your heart. Who are you without that shit? And does that shit define you? Because if the things you have define you, I don't want you. I don't care how successful you are. I've turned down plenty of very successful men in the industry because there's no depth to you. There's no spiritual side to you. I can't connect with you. And I don't care about the money and all that materialistic shit because I didn't grow up with it. See, when you don't grow up with that stuff, it holds no value to you. Of course, I want to live a good life. And of course, I would love to experience what it's like to live in luxury. Everybody does. But if I don't ever get to experience that, it ain't a big deal to me. Did I fulfill God's will on this planet while I was living? That is what's going to matter to me when I die. Did I do what the Most High God and the angelic order instructed me to do when I died and went to heaven? As long as I fulfill that contract, my soul is going to spend eternity in heaven. That's my goal. Like, y'all don't understand, when you've experienced heaven, this earth don't mean shit to you. Like, for real, it don't mean nothing. So all this earthly bullshit, I don't care. Let me fulfill God's will against all odds, against opposition, against people trying to take me down and take me out and come for me. I'm still doing what God told me to do. I'm still standing. So I don't care. I don't care, man. What can we do to help these children? Are they're innocent, and I think I'm more passionate because I've lost 5 to miscarriage, and I've helped my older siblings raise their kids, and I love them as my children, even the grown ones. I don't ever want to imagine any of them going through this shit or their kids. I'm about to be a great aunt in a few months. My nephew, I'm the closest to, he's having triplets in a few months. I want to manifest the money to go home and meet his babies and pray over them to keep them safe. They're babies. Babies are a blessing. They never deserve to be abused, ever. And they definitely don't deserve to be chosen to be a satanic sacrifice. I just don't understand how human beings cannot have compassion for a baby. It's a baby. Toddlers, little kids, teenage girls, like they're innocent. So yeah, it angers me a lot. Like, I've lost 5 children as a result of having Graves' disease. Meanwhile, there's women out here that don't have issues. I don't have infertility issues. I have carrying them full term issues. I'm very fertile. That's why I've gotten pregnant 5 times. But the women who can have children without having Graves' disease, without having ectopic pregnancies and complications, for you to have the gift to be able to carry your baby full term, give birth to your baby, and then sacrifice it, there's something really wrong with you. You're not human. That's a blessing to be able to give life. How in the fuck you could hurt your own child, I just don't understand that. So I pray for the healing of every one of these kids that are still being trafficked, that are still not found. When that one lady said that by the time she was 2, she was used to being sexually abused, y'all didn't know, but I started crying. That shit fucking broke my heart, bro. I was like, my God, 2? That means she's never known joy. She's never known being a child and just having fun and going to the park and getting on a swing and sliding down a slide and going to an amusement park. All you've ever known is pain. That's horrifying. And it's horrible. It's like the worst shit ever. So I pray for her. I pray for these adults who survived the sexual abuse and the trafficking. Their pain is great. And I can feel it because of my spiritual gifts. Even talking about it right now, I'm tearing up because I feel that woman's pain all over again. So I just don't understand how people can do these things to children and just not feel anything other than the fact that they're completely consumed and being possessed by demons. That's the only way they can do that shit. A normal human being can't even talk about that, let alone imagine it. And I don't care if the people who did it were abused. If you don't go get help, you deserve to get locked up. And sometimes I feel like they deserve to feel the abuse they've inflicted so that you'll know not to do it again. It's just the worst shit ever. And people are more concerned about drama and fake news and stupid shit on social media and dumb shit on YouTube than what matters. There are children whose lives are being taken for the purpose of being sacrificed to Satan. Babies. That commercial, like I said, even though they censored it out, you still could see the man making a sexual move like he's fucking an infant. That was a commercial. How are we making fun of rape, of pedophilia, pedestry? How are we making fun of that? It's not funny. The shit with Will Ferrell and the kids in the clown outfits and talking about how he's like, what the fuck? It irritates my soul. It does. It irritates my soul that people are so heartless and so willing to give their souls over to these demonic forces to do these things and to not only do the things, but to work adamantly and vehemently hard to cover it up. To act like they didn't do the shit that they know they fucking did to kids. So no, I don't put nothing past nobody who's a part of any of this shit. It can be entertainment industry, music industry, politics, popes, preachers, pastors, teachers, presidents, military personnel. I don't put nothing past any of these people. Any of them people who were a part of this satanic agenda, they're all capable of doing the same disgusting shit. And I'm just going to be honest. I'll be disappointed, but like I said, I won't be surprised. After finding out all the people that have been accused of being involved in this shit, I'm not surprised anymore to find out if another celebrity is. They just got away with hiding it for so long. But 2025, you're not going to hide no more. God's going to pull that cover off of you. You're going to be exposed and you're going to be held accountable. Even if your accountability doesn't come until 2026 or 2027, you will get locked up. You will go to jail, as Funky Dineva says. Shit's not cool. And what's going on between Iran and Israel, that's a biblical prophecy. That's why I'm not afraid of that. I'm exposing it to show y'all to get prepared. There will be a peace treaty made between, I've seen it in the 5Ds several times. Putin and Trump and Zelensky are going to make a peace treaty before the end of 2025. And there will be a period of peace. But just like Thessalonians says, when they say peace and safety, then sudden destruction comes upon them like a woman travailing with the labor pains of a child. It's going to come out of nowhere. So it's not about living in fear. It's about preparing for that. Learning how to live off the grid, live off the earth. If you don't want to take that mark of the beast, neither will they be able to buy, sell, or trade. You better start learning how to live off grid right now, while we still have our, um, you know, our ideology of freedom. Trump is doing the bans right now on international travel. I've always wanted to go over to Egypt to experience Jerusalem, but now it's like, damn, I don't even know if I'll be able to do that shit once I have the resources to do it, because I might not be able to come back. Trump was selected to fulfill a prophecy. That doesn't mean he's some savior, because he is just as big of all of this shit as everybody else who's being accused. Mr. Grab him by the pussy, Mr. Bessie's with Epstein, Mr. was always in attendance at the Diddy parties and on the 1998 VHS tape doing the RSVP to the 1998 birthday celebration, and Diddy was born on November 4th, the celebration of the Satanic Rebels. Also friends with Harvey Weinstein, friends with Ghislaine. Birds of a feather always flock together. Even if one puts on a disguise. I look at Trump as like Big Bird. You got the disguise on. You're able to fool the people who are not quite as awakened. But those of us that knows what it really is, we remember your involvement with all these sexual predators who are either locked up or no longer living. That John the God guy that Oprah was friends with, he's connected to all of them too. How is it that all these people who have been accused and some convicted and jailed, y'all all were kicking it, but you didn't know that shit was going down? That don't make no sense. Willie Gross, good to see you. Thank you for tuning in. Neptune Pisces said, if they thought those things were inhumane, then they wouldn't engage in those types of things, let alone sell their soul, but they care more about getting rich and gaining clout. And you know what's so sad about that, Neptune Pisces? People care about getting rich and being famous on a condemned planet. This is the fallen angels' home. So you're selling your soul to be rich and famous on a planet that's already condemned, when your soul is the only thing that you have that is worth everything. Makes no sense. RJ said it's called being a phony, fam, and that's what Jaguar is. Oh, trust me, we know that beyond a shadow of a doubt now. And again, I told y'all that last year. I said, bro, if she turns out to be fake and phony, God's gonna reveal that to me, and God did just that. He's like with everybody else. Just because I'm patient with people and give them chances does not mean that I don't see who the fuck they are. My spiritual gifts are very real. I see, feel, and hear a whole lot. And that scorpionic energy in me said, let me sit back and watch and see if they hang themselves. And they do every time. They reveal themselves every time. It is what it is. Neptune says, another good point you brought up, fulfilling your life's purpose. I've always wondered what my life's purpose is in this life. I have an idea, but I truly don't know. All you got to do is tune out and tune in. Literally, tune the world out and go into introspection, prayer, and meditation. God will reveal what your purpose is. And if you're here on this channel and you are resonating with the Most High God's frequency, then you are one of the chosen. And the chosen's purpose is to come together, unify, come together to help bring down this disgusting system. And let's reshape the planet. Let's come together to bring healing. The first way we bring healing is by bringing awareness to the corruption that's going on. And then let's find those innocents who have been abducted and who are being forced to be a part of something that they don't even understand, let alone something they don't deserve. That's just my opinion. I feel like the chosen, we're all being brought together and connected to one another for that divine reason, to put a stop to all this as best as we can. RJ, thank you. Absolutely 100%. Neptune said, yeah, that skit and that documentary, it was very disturbing. The skit was disturbing. The commercial about the guy unzipping his pants, because like we all had that reaction. What did I just watch? Because it's unbelievable to see. Okay, it's a commercial. The man's peeping through the window. That's already disturbing. That you're peeping through a person's window at a baby in their crib, insane. And while they're gone, I'm stepping in, and it just, I can't even repeat what they said because it's so disturbing. And then to show him unzipping his pants, and then you put a black bar, but you're still showing his body moving like he's fucking an infant, and the infant went from crying to make it, just was so gross. And I'm like, on what channel did these commercials air? Who produced this shit? Just like with the Aries Spears, Tiffany Haddish shit. Why would you produce a skit or a movie about an uncle, old perverted uncle, that is preying up on his young nephew and getting aroused? Like, what the fuck? This is not funny. This is not entertainment. These are despicable acts that shouldn't be happening, let alone getting made fun of. Like Cat Williams said in the Shay Shay interview, he said rape is not funny. It should never be made fun of. It should never be made to be satire. It's never funny in any way, shape, and form on any platform. So why is rape something that's constantly made a joke of on like Family Guy or South Park or Saturday Night Live or anything, any movie skit? Just like on the Boondocks when Tom Dubois was afraid of getting locked up because he was afraid of getting raped in jail, and they had the Riley character laughing at him, making fun of him for being afraid of getting raped in jail. That's not funny. That's a real thing that men unfortunately do have to worry about if they get locked up. Tupac talked about how he got raped in jail. T.I. talked about how he got raped in jail. That's not funny. The Sausage Party, I love that movie, but the rape scene fucks with me every time. I don't like it. Why is a dish raping a grape juice, and then the fact that it's a grape juice box? What writers were writing this that thought that this was going to be funny? When for people like me who have actually been raped, that was traumatizing. I went from laughing to be like, what the fuck? Like, why would they put this in the movie? This is not funny. So we have to look at that. Like, why is this being so desensitized? And why are so many people not willing to speak out against it? So it's time for those of us who aren't afraid to come together and speak out against it. And let's work together and see what we can come up with, see what we can do to stop it. And everybody else who wants to talk shit or call themselves trying to come against us, you're going to fall because you're not bigger than God. Folks can say what they want to say about me. I pray that prayer of protection for a reason, because I know for a fact the people that are working against me in the spiritual realm trying to stop me, any energy rising up against me shall fall immediately. Upon the very thought and intention of trying to do me harm, you're going to receive that back 1,000-fold, because I'm going to reverse it back to you every time. That prayer of reversal of the evil eye, that's real. When people send spiritual attacks, you're sending that attack back to yourself. It's not going to come to me. Any energy rising up against me shall fall immediately and be destroyed. Chaos and confusion will come about your lives, and death and hell will follow your own evil intentions back to you. I rebuke the spirit of lack that people are trying to pray over my life. I rebuke the spirit of depression, anxiety, fear, constant sickness, all these generational curses that have been put on me since birth. I rebuke them all. I'm going to overcome all of this. And I'm still going to fulfill what God's will is for my life, period. And people can be mad. They can say whatever they want to say. At the end of the day, you're not going to stop what God has for us to do, the true chosen on this planet. And I'm the example that you can overcome everything in the face of all types of opposition, tests and trials, things going left, betrayal, people like I'm the example of perseverance and truly walking by faith. That is the reason that the Most High God has made me to go through this past year. And I'm thankful for the strength to keep going. I'm thankful for the strength to overcome all of it and to still be fulfilling God's will for my life despite the challenges. And I'm thankful for all of you that really do support the platform. Thank you when you guys engage in the chat and give me your thoughts about things. And, when you guys let me know that you're receiving help and you're receiving healing and continue to return to the lives and participate and put in the comments, it means a lot. And thank you to everybody that sends prayers. They're needed. And I pray for all of you too, believe it or not, I really do. Like I want us to continue to build each other up. I want us to continue to